Okay, this should be broadcasting now. Yeah, and I can see the attendees coming in. Hello, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, depending when you are.
Welcome, folks. We'll just let people trickle in as they're ready, and then we'll get things started in a couple of minutes.
So yeah, perhaps we'll give people 1 minute, as to say, and then I will stop sharing the screen. So the chat box is open. Everyone can use the chat box right now. We will disable it later during the papers, during the sessions. But please feel free to socialize. And everyone, good afternoon, depending when you are. Oh, I can hear myself. Just let people trickle in as they're ready, and then we'll get things started.
Oh, it's me.
Is that because you have YouTube open?
I had the YouTube open, so I can confirm it's streaming just fine.
It is streaming. Excellent. That's what we needed to know.
Oh, everyone's so happy in the chat. That's lovely to see.
Greetings, everyone. Oh, it's great to see so many people here. Right now, we've got 65 attendees. I guess more people will be trickling down later on. Hello, everyone. People from all over the world. People from Thailand. People from Scotland, Spain, Austria, all over the world. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Wow, this is great.
It is great.
Okay, these numbers are slowing down a little bit, I think, in terms of attendees, Lara, so we might kick off.
Excellent. So I will stop sharing my screen so that we can see everyone's faces.
Okay.
Not that anyone wants to see my face, probably. There you go.
Lovely. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. To kick us off, we actually have our head of College of Arts and Law here today from the University of Birmingham. This is Professor Andrei Gozharek, who is going to welcome you here on our behalf, and then we'll get things properly started. So over to you, Andrei.
Thanks very much, Ellie, and good afternoon, everyone, or at least good afternoon from us here in Birmingham. I can't tell quite where you are in your various time zones, but it's been brilliant to see how many people are logging on from all over the world. On behalf of the College of Arts and Law at the University of Birmingham, I'd like to wish you all the warmest of welcomes to this most intriguing conference. I have to say that I never expected to be doing this online in quite this way, but recently I introduced a professorial inaugural lecture at which the speaker announced that she was giving her lecture in her kitchen and in her flip-flops. So we live in very odd times indeed, and that's perhaps fitting for this conference. I'm really, really pleased that we're able to host you, even if it can't be in person. And I'm sure the next 2 days will be replete with fascinating intellectual conversations and debates. Having looked at the programme, I'm struck by the richness and the diversity of all the papers, which range across a really wide spectrum of interactions between ancient Egypt and science fiction, and take in various genres and media. And perusing the programme called to my mind Ridley Scott's Blade Runner, which is based, as I know I don't need to tell this audience, on the Philip K. Dick novel that gives this conference its arresting title. And in particular, it reminded me of Roy Batty's moving death speech at the end of the film, in lines that were apparently ad-libbed by Rutger Hauer, and that begin with the stirring words, "I've seen things you people wouldn't believe." I've got absolutely no doubt that in the coming 2 days, you will hear and see things about the relationship between ancient Egypt and science fiction that will resonate with those words. And it only leaves me to say a few words of thanks to Ellie and Lara for organising this tremendous conference, to wish you all a stimulating couple of days, and to find out if ancient Egyptians did indeed dream of such wondrous things as electric sheep.
Thank you so much, Andrei. What a lovely introduction. I wish you could stay, but I know you're too busy and far too important to join us for 2 days on this topic. Folks, it's so thrilling to see all of the wonderful places you're joining us from. Lara and I wanted to be able to do this in person. I think actually doing it online means that people can join from all over the world, which is really amazing. Maybe one day we'll do something in person to welcome you all here. In the meantime, let's crack on. So the way this is going to work is our speakers are all going to join us here. We're going to upgrade them to be panelists with us when the time comes, and then demote them back down to SNDs after their Q&A sessions. Seems a bit harsh, but people don't want to be on the screen all the time, I'm sure. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be using the Q&A function for the questions for the speakers, so please do use that. We're going to be disabling the chat at key points just because we can't possibly keep an eye on it. But we will be monitoring questions that come through YouTube. We will be monitoring questions through the Q&A here, and we'll be looking at the Slack channel as well from time to time. So we will hopefully be channeling everyone's questions through to the speakers at the right moments in time. Is that it, Lara? Have I remembered everything that we need to?
That's absolutely fine. The only other thing that I think we should say is that we both want this to be a very constructive space for constructive criticism and a safe space. So please, I know everyone will behave and you will keep your comments polite, but please remember that that we want this to be a constructive space.
Perfect. Okay, in that case, we can take this moment to get our first panel up and running. So bear with us while we do this, and hopefully we'll get that first panel started in a minute. So it seems we have two of our speakers. We're just going to see if Katerina can join us. Ah, is Katerina under Travis W's in?
No, Katerina was Katerina's in, and I just promoted her to panelist, but she's not. Yeah, she's disappeared. Hopefully she'll come back.
We've got a couple of minutes anyway. Lovely.
There she is.
Wonderful. And we can actually start something early. I know we won't be saying this throughout most of the conference, I imagine, but we're going to get this panel started early, seeing as we're all ready. Well, wonderful to see our three speakers here ready to get going. This is our first panel of the day and the first panel of the conference, Egypt on the Small Screen. And I'm going to introduce our speakers one at a time before their papers, and then we are going to have the Q&A at the end. Now, hopefully everyone's watched Christian's paper already, and we are going to be hearing Thais and Katerina speak live today. So first, I'm going to introduce Thais Rocha da Silva with a fantastic kind of dual home institutions of University of Oxford and University of Sao Paulo. I don't think I've seen a more exciting combination, who will be talking about ancient Egypt and colonial science fiction, the myth of origins. And Thais Rocha is a research fellow at Harris Manchester, University of Oxford, and a postdoc researcher at the University of Sao Paulo, Brazil. She's also part of the Amana project, and her current research focuses on ancient Egyptian settlements during the New Kingdom, combining archaeological and anthropological approaches to material culture and houses. So over to Thais. Thank you for joining us today.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. This is a brilliant, kind of a dream came true, as we said a couple of times. So I'm really thrilled to be here. And I have to say my dad is watching, and I want to dedicate this presentation to him because he is the one responsible for me falling in love with science fiction. So here we go. I will share my screen with you. There you go. Can you see my notes or my screen, my presentation?
We can see your presentation, not your notes.
Okay, brilliant. So thank you again for accepting my paper and for organizing this wonderful conference. This presentation today will touch upon a topic that Egyptology has focused on recently with more criticism and awareness, which is its colonial past. My aim is to show how science fiction has boosted a narrative about ancient Egypt from the 19th century, especially during the 1970s, even if, ironically, the aim of science fiction was to imagine the future of humankind. In this regard, sci-fi mirrors the society who produces these narratives, making it possible for historians like us to understand the social relations and the tensions this kind of media can produce. I will discuss about Battlestar Galactica, which has a very specific colonial perspective about ancient Egypt. And this can be noted specifically in the two first movies made for TV in 1978. The show was produced and idealized by Glenn A. Larson with 24 episodes. Battlestar Galactica tells the story of a battle, actually, between humans and the Cylons, who are a race of machines created by an extinct reptile race. It starts in a very distant but similar star system where the 12 colonies of mankind are actually named after the zodiac, believed to reach the armistice with the Cylons. And of course, they were betrayed and attacked, and the Cylons destroy all the colonies. The only surviving battleship, which is the Galactica, was led by Commander Adama and gathered the survivors of the colonies in 220 ships. Commander Adama then tells the survivors about the long-lost 13th tribe of humanity that, according to ancient scripts, settled on a legendary planet called Earth. The lost tribes of humanity started then looking for our planet, for Earth, which location was then a no for them. And the whole series is about this attempt to find our planet and again, fighting and escaping the Cylons. Galactica, of course, has various similarities with other sci-fi movies from its time, especially Star Wars, which I must admit I'm a big fan, which was launched also in 1977. And George Lucas and the 20th Century Fox studio sue Universal Studios and the Galactica producers, Larson, for plagiarism. Similarly to Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica tells a story about the past. As George Lucas once said in relation to Star Wars in a 1980s interview, this has a powerful impact in the narrative. Usually sci-fi is about the future of humanity, and that leaves a lot of space for disagreements and speculation about how we imagine and how we project our future. However, for Lucas, when science fiction happens in the past, it can be perceived not as a speculation anymore, but as history or even more as a mythology. Glenn Larson produced various shows in the 1970s. He was a very famous, very well-known TV producer. So among his shows, we can pinpoint here Buck Rogers in the 25th century, The Knight Rider, Magnum. And when he produced this series, he was already a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He was a Mormon member. Not coincidentally, the story of Battlestar Galactica includes several references to Mormon theology. In fact, the story of Galactica was the story of the exodus of humanity, the lost paradise, and the fight for freedom, which are biblical themes. The show was initially intended to be called the Ark of Adama, and there are many Old Testament references in the story, such as the 12 colonies being the 12 tribes of Israel and so on. But we are talking about ancient Egypt, so what is the place of ancient Egypt in this narrative? Larson said in 1980s in one interview that he had a very simple premise to the show, and I quote here: "No one really knows to a finite fact who or how they built the pyramids." The opening words of each episode is quite revealing, and I will read again. There are those who believe that life here began out there, far across the universe, with tribes of humans who may have been the forefathers of the Egyptians, or the Toltecs, or the Mayans. Some believed that there may be brothers of men who even now fight to survive somewhere beyond the heavens. And then the music started. So this idea that ancient civilizations were created by beings from other planets, expressed in very pseudoscience books like The Chariots of Gods, written by Eric von Däniken, for example. And this type of literature was very popular in 1970s. In the second episode, Adama and his fleet encounter the planet Kobol. In the series, Kobol is the home of the first man and the home of the gods as well, where humanity was created. Kobol was now the uninhabited planet where the gods lived. These gods were beings with, of course, superior intelligence and technology, and they colonized the entire galaxy. The first scene showing Kobol, you can see here, featuring the three pyramids of ancient Egypt, and the sequence and the following scene, they show the temple of Karnak, which in Kobol was located in a city named Eden. Adama is there to find information about the location of Earth. He walks between all these columns, and these pictures here are taken from the movie, and you can see and you can recognize the temple, the Egyptian temple. And he walks with Apollo, his son, and Serena. And he was able, of course, to read and interpret the ancient scripts, which are actually the original hieroglyphs and the scenes from these columns. What is interesting in this sequence is the mix of different evidence to fit in the plot. The lords of Kobol are portrayed as the ancient Egyptians. They are buried like ancient Egyptian kings in tombs that, of course, are protected by secrets and traps, such as the location of the 13th colony, Earth. The precise location of our planet lies with the ninth and last lord of Kobol. So the secret is hidden in his tomb, and Adama tries to read and, of course, decipher the enigma. His tomb is sealed and protected with a lot of traps that can only be avoided by those who have the seal of the lords. Medallion passed through generations that, of course, he has his own. The last lord of Kobol is shown as a sort of remake of Tutankhamun. And of course, at the end of the episode, the Cylons arrive and attack at the exact moment when they are about to discover the location of Earth, and everything goes wrong. In the 15th episode of season 1, they actually meet the gods, which are shown as a superior race, very spiritual, that developed from the lords of Kobol and are now in a different sphere. And they finally point the fleet towards the location of Earth. The overall narrative is not original in Battlestar Galactica, and of course inspired by other historical and religious reference. The idea of a lost civilization resembled, for example, the myth of Atlantis, the legendary continent that housed a lost civilization and was later submerged. The imagined features of Atlantis served as an inspiration for the new home starship of the gods, as you could see in the last slide. Similarly to the argument in Galactica, Atlantis, or Kobol in this case, is the home of a superior race that brought civilization to our planet. This narrative about Atlantis became very popular in the 19th century with the book by Donnelly and further developed in the early 20th century along with colonialism and racial discourses that privilege white Western supremacy. It is a teleological narrative in which Europe is entitled and is the entitled representative of civilization, helping, educating, making improvements to other inferior race. This narrative paved the way for an understanding that Egyptians and Toltecs, among other ancient civilizations, could not have produced their own heritage. This argument allows Western, specifically Europeans, to progressively incorporate or remove various ancient societies from its history. The idea of Europe representing a superior civilization justified colonialism and colonial violence. The understanding that a superior race brought magnificent knowledge to many African civilizations, such as the Egyptians, for example, erases any possibilities of accomplishments and consequently rejects the very existence of these people without the protectorship and the improvement of Europeans. So gods, giants, and aliens became a metaphor to an imperialistic type of history based on evolution with very little space for diversity. The gods, or aliens, are the colonizer who should be seen as those who brought gifts rather than imposed obligations, violence to the people they colonize. On the other hand, the idea of Cabal as a place that originates humanity from special beings and transmits their knowledge to others is associated with another very popular anthropological theory from 19th century, which is known as diffusionism. Diffusionism stresses the transmission of things from one culture to another. And I can mention here, for example, the work of Sir Grafton Elliot Smith at the end of 19th century, who believed that a lot of technological improvements were transmitted from ancient Egypt to other civilizations. So the golden age of Egypt, as many other places, he argued, could only exist because of a strong and centralized state. And thank goodness we are revisiting this type of approach. Very much looking forward, David Graeber and David Wingrove's book. For him, the prosperity of the entire nation, in this case specifically ancient Egypt, depended on a success of the state as an institution. And we can refer back, of course, to Wittvogel's hydraulic hypothesis, for example, which is very much aligned with imperialistic practices. This type of scholarship became popular and quickly appropriated by exoteric and spiritualist doctrines that believed in a common spiritual or alien origin of humanity, as we can see in the development of Spiritism, a Christian faith that incorporates the Hindu idea of karma in places like Brazil during the beginning of 20th century. According to Spiritists, ancient Egyptians are representatives of the fifth and the ultimate human race, the Aryans. In this narrative, ancient Egyptians, as their ancestors in Atlantis, were helped by superior spiritual entities who gave them the knowledge and the technological development. After accomplishing their mission, they came back to their home planet and left humanity. Then also, according to this type of literature, the absence of the superior spiritual beings from places like Egypt, India, or even South America, for example, explains the little development of these countries in comparison to Europe. Civilization was brought to them once and can be brought again through colonialism. It is important to highlight at this point how science fiction can blend historical and mythological narratives into discourses of power that are repeated, introjected, and disseminated through images. Superheroes and villains, who are part of our modern mythologies, reenact colonial narratives. Ancient Egypt was the home of special beings who later left the planet. We have loads of reference to monuments, spiritual beings, aliens, and authoritarian states from this scenario in which ancient Egypt is imagined. It becomes a very specific type of ancient civilization that is part of a colonial enterprise, and it should be seen this way. It is not by chance that Cabal in Battlestar Galactica is shown in the city of Eden with Egyptian monuments and artifacts. Ancient Egypt embodies the ambition of an empire that is technologically and spiritually developed. It serves as a canvas in which Western civilization, here represented by the European empires, can project an idealized lost past that can potentially be rescued and restored. But Egypt also represents what is dangerous, mysterious, powerful, and needs to be controlled or even destroyed. we still see the perpetuation of Orientalism, the erasure of African past, and many other indigenous histories in this type of sci-fi narratives. The mythology of Battlestar Galactica, rooted in the 19th century worldviews, was boosted by the American culture in the 1970s, like the Cold War, Vietnam, the landing on the moon, and the 13 colonies of mankind could also be associated with the American colonies who fled Europe to gain freedom from religious persecution. The overlap of American history with Mormon theology welcomed another imperialistic project to fight the Soviets and the communist threat in the world at that time. The idea of chaos and uncertainty in the present invites us to constantly revisit our past and rethink our future. Regardless of present criticism, the very idea of ancient Egypt as something, isolated, remains as a starting point of European civilization. Egypt replaced Atlantis and Cobol in this TV show. However, Egyptians are still seen as a lost place that was once the home of a superior race. Then archaeology, and more specifically Egyptology, becomes the only way to grasp something that does not need to be understood, deconstructed, problematized, or properly investigated, and only discovered, revealed, because we already know, we already built in our imagination what this is about. So I would like to thank you for your attention and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Thais. What a wonderful paper. I think we're going to hear the name von Daniken a few more times today and tomorrow. Fab. So we will move swiftly on. Folks, if you have questions for Thais, please put them in the Q&A so that I can see them come the required moment. It's my pleasure to introduce Katerina Zinn, our next speaker today, of the University of Wales Trinity St. David, whose paper is called When Nefertiti Met the Dinosaurs on a Spaceship, Alternate Histories as Comfortable Middle Ground for Present Discourses. Katerina is Assistant Professor in Egyptian Archaeology and Heritage at the University of Wales Trinity St. David. And beyond theoretical and interdisciplinary heritage discussions and their application to museums, her research and teaching interests lie in the areas of material culture and materiality, including texts, history, religion, art, gender, identity, museums, and memory, using ancient Egypt as the civilization which provides most of her case studies. And her latest project deals with narratives of tangible and intangible heritage around object biographies of unprovenance museum objects in Welsh museums, which leads to annual pop-up exhibitions involving students. And I've seen some of Katerina's students' work before, and it is absolutely wonderful. But today, something a little bit different. I will hand over to Katerina. You're muted, Katerina.
There we are. Now you should be able to hear me. I decided to take a slightly different route here, not so much the analytical side as presenting a bit of fun I had as part of teaching Egyptology. And the title, When Nefertiti Met the Dinosaurs on the Spaceship, obviously refers to one of the sessions of Doctor Who. So what I don't want to do today is to trace the background knowledge on Nefertiti as included on that. Even I strive on that. I also want to go away from the Egyptological answer to the question who or what is Nefertiti. I go on a specific way how to look on Nefertiti as it is done in many, many other examples as part of the Egyptomania, and how we could utilize that back into the Egyptology. And that is possible because I want to start with this quote by Friederike Seyfried, who said, "Every individual is free to compose a vita for Nefertiti that suits him or her best." And I think that really nicely outlines what I would like to do today, to start from a presentation of Nefertiti as an icon. So continuing something which I did in an earlier publication already, and bring this into my placement of myself as an educator in Egyptology. And that obviously strives also to the reception of ancient Egypt and how this could be presented in different ways. I have to out myself a little bit as a Doctor Who fanatic, and that was maybe the starting point for this, and specifically one series or one episode of Series 7, which is the 11th Doctor, Matt Smith, and the episode is entitled Dinosaurs on the Spaceship. So as you can see, Nefertiti does not even feature in the title, but she has nearly more screen time than the dinosaurs have. And here you see the starting encounter of Nefertiti with the Doctor. And as you can see, even I said I might not follow the idea who or what Nefertiti was, but there's a very specific way how Nefertiti is presented, and that is as a very strong woman, as you can see in the fearful face of the Doctor. And that is the script of this early, of the starting sequence of this episode, which actually is set in the inner palace chamber, as the Doctor has saved Egypt together with Nefertiti of large intergalactic mollusks. And so as you can see here, the way how Nefertiti acts is a very interesting one, and in some way reflects our perception of Nefertiti as a personality of ancient Egypt, and reflects some of the Egyptological research as well, and is actually something what we also see in titles Nefertiti has herself. So the plot of this specific Doctor Who episode is that the Doctor has rescued Egypt from a swarm of giant alien locusts. And at the end of the scene I just had outlined, he gets a call that Earth is threatened. Earth in the future is threatened because a Silurian ark is on crash course with the Earth. And the Doctor immediately goes there, and Nefertiti joins him. So she hops into the TARDIS and tries to join him, and goes directly from New Kingdom, ancient Egypt, to modern Earth, somewhere in a military setting of the time is not even highlighted. And what it's really interesting that this very future Silurian ark has a load of dinosaurs on them. So in the whole interaction, which also involves the companions at the time, Amy and Rory, the Doctor always calls Nefertiti Nephi, and creates a very personal bond to these icon, which in Egyptology it's a near non-existing person. There is, interestingly enough, a further temporary companion on board, which is an early 20th century adventurer, John Riddle, who is very masochist, very chauvinist, even he seems to be quite charming. And he tries his charm on Nefertiti and fails. So she really despises him, and when he then very overly flirts with Nefertiti, she offers to execute him. Nevertheless, throughout the episode, she gets attracted to him and says at some point that she would prefer him in comparison to her dull husband. So really nice sideline there. And the royal personality of Nefertiti comes also in when Amy says that she is a very big fan of her. So really coming in from the Egyptomania angle of the present day world, then she assumes, oh, if you know me and if you interact with me, then you must be a queen. So how do the dinosaurs come in? And that is actually a very interesting subplot. The owner of the Silurian Ark, who interjected the Ark with another spaceship and stole the dinosaurs, is in the way how to monetize rare objects. And he saw the dinosaurs as rare objects, and then he trades them with Nefertiti, whom he values more and think selling her on might bring more money. And he demands Nefertiti. The doctor refuses to hand Nefertiti over, but she actually turns herself in order to be responsible for the others and save the others. But as Solomon sees her as a bartered object, that is very clear, a monetary bartered object and not in person. So Nefertiti shows her strength. She pins Solomon down to the ground with her own weapons and very clear defined strength, because she says she dislikes disrespectful behavior. So, what is the point of all this except the nice quote by the doctor, "Don't mess with Egyptian queens, Solomon." And I would like to present on that, or show you how I started from my very personal love for Doctor Who, and tried to utilize this kind of a different way into education for my classes. I've taken very active and interactive teaching approach based on group works, going away from lectures and try to achieve that students learn themselves, and I'm sort of the guide into this. I have to say, Lampeter does not have an Egyptology. I set out a comparative program called Ancient Civilizations that the students very actively try to get to grips with several ways how civilizations appear, exist, and go away. So, and I thought that this particular episode could actually be the starting point for something very, very weird in order to engage students. And that was a time travel game I set out as group work, starting from the premise that in particular modules such as the one I was teaching, where I only had 1 week for ancient Egypt, I needed a different approach how to get to grips with ancient Egyptian history, and which students often found dull as the kind of history and follow the right timelines and so on. So I gave certain chapters of the Oxford History of Ancient Egypt by Shaw to the students. They had to choose one of the chapters, read and prepare them. And then we started in game day. In game day, when they came together in a group, and this group was a declared time travel agency, and they had to prepare an advertisement for their time period. They had to describe the time, outline best thing, highlight what is best of the time, and in the end, lure as many visitors as possible to this time period. And they presented properly their product, their time period. And then in the end, we asked everyone to which time period they wanted to travel. And this travel agency got the most money. That worked like a treat, and people read. People even read other chapters in order to see how they could pitch their time frame to another one. And that after years after I had difficulties to get the students to read stuff. And then when we embarked on coming up with kind of mind mapping, timelines, periods, kingdoms, intermediate periods, I realized that they were far more engaged and asking on things, question their own half knowledge, try to come up with interactive ways how to do that. So that was really interesting to see. And I decided to continue with that. However, COVID struck. And obviously it's very difficult to bring this in. And I was thinking how to translate these interactions into online teaching. And that was something where this episode, this representation of specifically Nefertiti in Doctor Who became even more important when we embarked on this kind of travel game in an online version of yet synchronous teaching, but online teaching. Again, they came back together in groups, and the 3 groups were asked to again set out their time travel advert. I gave them now more time. It was not bound to the class situation. They could do it however they wanted. They then uploaded their results, and in the next group discussion, we went through them and really not only were measuring who would like to travel where, but also analyzed why it did chime with the other groups and audiences and why they decided to go there. So, and there were very creative outcomes there. I would like to show you then later the most interesting one, which was an advert video, but we also had a quite traditional one, more kind of leaflet type of things, and a website advert. So obviously the website advert does not come out nicely here, and please bear in mind this is first year students, and for many of them it was the first time to engage with ancient Egypt. So in this game situation, not all facts were right, but I actually thought that was not so important. And it came out in the discussion that then the ones who created these, again, fictional things, starting by the science fiction inspired interest, reconfirmed them to go back with the true facts, how to say. So after that, and before I show you the video, by the way, the end is very interesting, and that leads me back to a research interest I have, which is Nefertiti. In the end of the episode, Nefertiti stays with Riddell. So the adventurer she despised at the beginning, she was very snappy about, and with whom she swam throughout the whole episode. They are going back to Africa. It's not further narrowed down where in Africa, at the beginning of the 20th century. And as you can see here with her Silurian weapon, she is the one who in their adventures will be the strong one, the leading one, so having captured this quite chauvinist adventurer. And she also says that I found it very interesting, going back to the role of queens in ancient Egypt. She can't go back to ancient Egypt because she sees herself as acting irresponsibly as she abandoned her people and did not fulfill her role. So, and a very, yeah, eye-twinkling comment now. One of my students said that might be the reason why we don't have a tomb for her. So I would like to thank my students for that, and I would like now, hopefully it works, show you the video by one student, Lloyd Clement, who led one of the groups, and that is the video, the first intermediate period of ancient Egypt, 1930s America, but with pyramids. So I hope that will work. If not, I will share the link in the chat. It might be that you can't hear the
I think you need to reshare your screen, Katerina,
okay.
with the other way.
I will go back.
I don't think we have audio, Katerina. It might be because you're muted. Let's give it.
So sorry, I will share the link. So I tried it beforehand with another Zoom link, and it was working, but that's always the choice.
Let's share the link, and then it looks fantastic.
So yeah, what I wanted to show you here is actually, even if the first attempts of doing something like that is not true to all the facts or everything like that, it opened discussion. And the fact that we have this science fiction episode, which is actually cherished, especially here in the UK, is something where we really can utilize and foster discussion about that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. That looks like so much fun. I kind of want to do this myself as a conference activity. How fantastic, how lovely. And we'll make sure that people can watch that link. It's in the chat, so thank you for posting it, Katerina. And I think there's going to be some really nice connections between your paper and Stacey Davidson's and Julia Trochet's paper, because you're both interested in education. I think this is actually something really positive that's coming out of the sci-fi material, is that it engages kids so well. Lovely. So on to the Q&A. Now, hopefully most of us here will have watched Christian Langer's paper in advance. I'm going to briefly introduce Christian so that you guys all know who he is. Hopefully you'll be familiar with his work at least by now. And then we will get to the Q&A. So Christian joins us. His paper, hopefully you guys will be familiar with, is called Earth, History and Interstellar Diversity, the Reception of Ancient Egypt in Star Trek. I loved this one. So Christian completed his doctorate in Egyptology at the Free University of Berlin. His research interests revolve around political and social history of Pharaonic Egypt, as well as the colonial heritage of Egyptology and the reception of Egypt. He has publications including his monograph, Egyptian Deportations of the Late Bronze Age, a study in political economy, which is coming out this year, isn't it? And an edited collection, Global Egyptology, Negotiations in the Production of Knowledges on Ancient Egypt in Global Context. And as part of his postdoctoral fellowship at Peking University School of Arts, set to commence once the pandemic situation allows, he will be investigating the adoption and adaptation of obelisks in modern China. Is that Peking we see behind you, Christian, or is that something from Star Trek?
Oh, that's Starbase 11 from the original Star Trek, yes. But hello from Beijing. Good evening.
Thank you for joining us. So, folks, we're going to be using this Q&A function. Oh, can nobody see Katerina's link? Hopefully people can. Great.
I have enabled the chat again and shared the link.
No.
So hopefully you will have all the link in the chat box, and we have also shared it in Slack.
Lovely.
Well.
That's perfect. Thank you. So we already have a question for Thais in the Q&A section. So we'll kick off with that one. And that is from Chloe, who asks, could the colonies and the search for Earth also be equated with the Exodus?
Yes, absolutely. Just a second, I'll just get the question here. Well, I think that the whole Galactica mythology is based on this, big idea of the Exodus and people trying to survive. And I couldn't mention here because we didn't have time, but there is a very interesting moment in the first movie when they stop in a planet to get fuel and food, and everyone goes crazy, and you can see so many parallels with the moment that the tribes of Israel, after leaving Egypt, start adoring the idol of gold, and people get lost, and then Moses comes and bring the 10 Commandments. So you clearly see a narrative that is inspired, but also is structured in the same way. And I think the presence, the moment when the gods appeared in episode 15, also highlights this the narrative of the Exodus. And I find really fascinating that the producer, Glenn A. Larson, was a Mormon himself. So you clearly see a lot of parallels with the Old Testament narratives. So hopefully I answered.
Yeah, wonderful. That's fantastic. Nick asked the question of all the panelists, which I think is quite an interesting one. How strict are you all on deciding what material to include in your analysis, and how much non-canon do you think is appropriate to use?
Can I respond first?
Go for it.
Okay. In my case, it was simple, also because the presentation was just supposed to be 15 to 20 minutes. So I focused on what trackers or trekkies consider canon, and that is everything that has been shown or discussed on screen. Well, of course, in the case of Star Trek, we also have all sorts of non-canon material like novels, comics, video games, even non-fiction sort of TV productions like a web series, something called Star Trek New Voyages, which later became Star Trek Phase 2, or Star Trek Continues, which are imagined in the style of the original Star Trek. So I think to discuss this issue for the first time, I think it's okay to stick with the canon stuff. But in the future, one of course could discuss how, let's say, amateur producers or novelists and video game designers incorporate ancient Egypt. And in that case, there is something to be said about that as well. But as I said, for an initial paper about that topic, it may be not suitable. Maybe something for a footnote in the paper, which we're probably going to produce for this conference. But yeah, anyway, that's for my case.
Lovely. Thank you, Christian. Katerina, do you want to come in on that?
I mean, as Christian said, it's a 50 minutes paper, and as such, I tried only to focus on the episode itself, but there was a story behind it. I was asked to teach a large group of mainly Chinese students about British culture, which is really funny as a German Egyptologist in Wales. And I thought, what would I choose? And I embarked on Doctor Who. And that wasn't, even as at one session, it wasn't a whole day session. So, and I really then dived into that beyond my personal enjoyment of Doctor Who. And I took a lot of what for other science fiction series might be called non-canon stuff. And what was really interesting in discussion with my son, who's really into science fiction and Comic-Con and these things, for Doctor Who, there doesn't seem to be so strict differences between the canon and the non-canon. So it really goes into each other, the wiki fandom things, and that is an interesting one because that really includes, for instance, Nefertiti far more, or sees Nefertiti far more important than it is highlighted in this one episode only. So she gets more episodes in the fandom beyond that, and her interaction with the Doctor, which obviously always comes into the addition that the Doctor has some problem with women and sexuality, and I think her very clearly presented sexuality, and that comes in very interestingly. But I think especially for Doctor Who, all non-canon is already canon somehow. So I think I see a difference to other presentation, especially Star Trek or something like that.
Interesting, lovely. Thais, do you want to come in after Katerina?
Yeah, just quickly. When I first watched Battlestar Galactica, as I said, I did a lot of that with my father, and one of the interesting questions was to which extent this was a bad copy of Star Wars. And we started this debate, and then we had this conversation about the development of a mythology. So when I prepared this presentation, I think the focus was the first movie, the first two pilots, because they were intended not as a TV show, they were intended as two separate movies for television. And then the producer started like, no, okay, let's do that, in a big sequence. So I think what came after, during the TV show, 1979 especially, and later with the 2003 Galactica, was very much on a way to adjust these narratives to what fans expected and criticized, because Galactica was not a big success. It was canceled about after 24 episodes, and the 1980s series was very bad received by the audience because the main characters were not there, and so they have problems with the studio, the law issues with George Lucas and so on. So I think the point here was to emphasize the mythological aspect that was very much the main intention of Larsson's production.
Fantastic, thank you. We do have another question for all of the speakers, building on something that Katerina spoke about, which is, how to use history and perhaps pop culture version of history as an educational tool, or a way of getting students or the wider population interested in the study of the history behind the pop culture. And I wonder if all three of you might like to say a little bit more about that. Perhaps Christian and Thais, you might have thoughts on this particular issue.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, okay. It's an interesting question. Can also be difficult and more philosophical, and depending on how you frame it. But I would say, first of all, I would say yes, it can get people interested in history, but at the same time, it would produce like what I would call a Disney-fied image of history, because we tend to use like specific popular or well-known notes from history to get people interested into stuff. As in Egyptology, we know that we take gold, Tutankhamun, mummies, tombs, and all that, but the reality of the field is very different. So I don't know. Maybe I see the point of the question, but at the same time, it might also be a source of great disillusionment. I mean, once we get into history in depth, what we should all be doing. So I see possibilities there, but also some kind of dangers, like turning history not just ancient history or ancient Egyptian history for that matter, but history in general, into a Disneyfied version of itself. I mean, if we want to produce something like a market-oriented history school of thought, if you get what I mean. Yeah.
That's such a good question, Gemma. Thank you for asking it. I think the answers are going to be thorny. Thais, would you like to comment on it?
Yeah, I think in the case of Battlestar Galactica, we need to add the sort of exoteric spiritual element. And I would say especially the religious mythology that, is deeply rooted in the narrative, like the Christian and the Exodus and the idea of freedom. And I guess the main point is to avoid, or at least to be aware of, the overlap between history and mythology. So stuff that we want to believe, we want to see in history, that we adjust our data to fit in a certain narrative that was already conceptualized, idealized, and then when you go to, as Chris said, the reality of the field is very different. So I think in a way the dangers of a TV show like Battlestar Galactica is because it's so convincing, it's so easily accepted, because it blends a lot of different stuff, spiritual, exoteric. People said, oh, of course it's obvious, why we didn't think about that, why we are not discussing about conspiracy theories, and we opened the venue for Ancient Aliens, which were so criticized recently by Sarah Parker, for example, which was amazing on Twitter. So I think the dangers, it's fascinating. We need to be aware why this sort of mythologies are so, why we are so tempted and fascinated by them, why they are so appealing to us. But also we need to be aware of the consequences and how we repeat colonial racist perspectives without noticing. And I think that's the problem.
That was actually a really nice trend, and a kind of thread that Christian drew out in his paper, which was the post-colonial implications of all this stuff. Katerina, I know you're going to want to respond, so
yeah.
go for it.
I want to agree with Christian, and at the same time very respectfully disagree, because the fact is that the Disneyfication is out there. It's not us using that, yeah, and going in with that, and that I went to university which focuses a lot on teaching. So I teach like crazy, up to 20 hours a week. I do a lot of outreach. I worked in museums. So I always was in the situation where these Disneyfied ideas are coming in. But at the same time, I can use them. I can react. I can then answer to that. I can offer other ways how to see that, and that is the chance. And I think that's why others take this anyway. And the way how our response can be done is using Battlestar Galactica and talk about the underlying problems. And the same way of I don't know, the mummy movies, and the fascination is there. And it's not that then the harsh reality, yes, of course, it's the harsh reality, but not all of them interested in it and receiving at least in part education in Egyptology want to become Egyptologists, sitting for hours over a half sentence, is this a past participle or not? And it is important to do that, and I think we need to use that, and I do it quite a lot. And then in the second and third year, I give, for instance, students documentaries, movies, and they need to review that. And they need very clearly to back up their mind. Why is this questionable and so on? So it's really this way in. And as I highlighted there, I could see a huge difference between the years when I simply taught history, and then when I came in with this game, which is in itself a kind of simply having fun. But it was so obvious that what was in the first instance helping me to teach and helping me to have more fun had a really interesting background from the educational side there. So I think I really want to propagate to use that and to start with these things.
Oh, you're muted, Ellie.
Happens to everyone, doesn't it? I know Lara has a question from YouTube. Lara, do you want to?
Yes, absolutely. So one of the really good things about this conference is that we have several channels of communication. We have Slack, we have the Q&A, we have the chat box, and we also have YouTube. And many people are watching this in the live stream. And we're getting some questions from YouTube as well. So I'm going to relay one of them to you, which I think ties in very well with this discussion around post-colonial theory that underpins some of your papers. So how does science fiction use Egypt to perpetuate the Western interpretation of a Nilotic civilization? In other words, we're making Egypt less African with our science fiction, aren't we?
Yes, absolutely. I think in the case of Battlestar Galactica, the racial issue was addressed in different ways. You have various Black actors in positions of command. For example, Colonel Ty, Boomer, who are a part of the Galactica crew. However, what really I think that the main issue for us as historians is to understand how this is structured in the narrative. So which part of Africa they are selecting to frame Egypt, and how Egypt is framed as African. So how Hollywood or any TV show or any media conceptualize Africa in different ways, and therefore they adapt Egypt to what this idea of Africa could be. So I think it's in the case of Battlestar Galactica and many other movies, especially at this time, we have clearly the whitewashing, but also the idea that Egypt was something that is lost. I mean, something happened with these people that they became primitive again. That's the narrative in the back. And I think that's the problem when we perpetuate these narratives in X-Men Apocalypse, for example, that I show, and you can make a list of other movies. But what I find really interesting, as Katerina said, we can use these movies to make people aware of the issues, because it's so we are so exposed to images, we are so used to them that we consume images and movies in a very kind of passive way. It's part of our daily life reality. So it's very important to instrumentalize people and to help them to pinpoint these problematic narratives, how images are appropriated, how people reenact certain colonial views. And well, I'm not the only one talking about that. We have loads of very important works by Egyptologists, people working with Nubia, addressing these issues of race. So yeah, it's important.
Katerina?
I think with this particular episode, we are halfway lucky. So I can see, I mean, if we think Stargate, if we think the Mummy movies, that is certainly true. And what is interesting with that one is when it came out, 2015 or 16, which was actually before the Black Lives Matters discussion and so on, it's nevertheless and never presented on the plate directly, but it's inherent and it's very clear. Nefertiti is Africa. That's why I always found it interesting. She's not returning to Egypt or somewhere else, she's going back to Africa. So that is the part which connects that. Obviously, it's not as nicely laid out as we would like it now, 6 years later, and having moved on in the discussion. But that's quite interesting to see the things from the 1970s, 80s, and the first Mummy movie, which is the 90s, in opposition to that, where some parts of the discussion, what is Egypt, where is Egypt, how should we calculate that, already were implemented. And what I think the nice bit with the Doctor Who one, it's inherent, it's really already there. So that kind of, I wouldn't say gives hope for further discussion, it's a little bit harsh, but it is. So there is movement in the way how Egypt is seen, being aware that that has to be properly discussed, obviously, which isn't and can't be, I think, in this kind of episode character where Egypt is mentioned once.
Yeah, really interesting. I think you speak to one of the limitations of the TV series there, Katerina, because the episodes are so short and self-contained. How much can you do in one? But it's nice that there's something hopeful going on in that episode, definitely. For the sake of time, folks, we will wrap things up in terms of our live chat. There are 3 more questions in the, maybe there are 4 now. Oh no, that's just a thanks. 3 more questions and a thanks in the Q&A. So what I'm going to do is post those in the chat and our speakers can respond to them at their leisure. We're going to take a 5-minute break to get a cup of tea, stretch your legs, and then we will return for another panel. So thank you to all of our wonderful speakers for such interesting papers. Give yourselves a pat on the back, round of applause, and we will take a break in just a minute. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
session of this day, of the first day of Electric Sheep. And we're delighted to introduce our speakers for today for this panel, which is entitled Technological Bodies, which we hope you will enjoy very much. So first of all, we're going to start with a live presentation from James Bailey. And James Bailey, yeah, he's right there. And he's a digital humanities, hi, James. He's a digital humanities scholar and a medieval historian, and he's a PhD student at the University of Vienna. And there his primary work is on the prosopography of the High Medieval Caucasus. And he's also interested in representations of history in games. He teaches a seminar on medievalism in computer games. He has run a workshop entitled Coding Medieval Worlds on the same topic. And he also develops hobby computers and tabletop games in his spare time. So if that's not an interesting hobby, I don't know what that is. And so I think you should be able to share your screen, James.
Hopefully, yep.
Excellent.
Hopefully that's working. Good.
Yes, we can see.
And then we'll
Thank you.
hopefully get it to that showing full screen now.
Yes, you are. It's working well.
Excellent. Right. Thank you very much. So yes, as that very kind introduction covered, I am very much not an Egyptologist, so do be gentle on that front. Thank you hugely to the organisers for letting me come and ramble at you about space pyramids. So what I want to talk to you about is this aspect of representing history and historical arguments through games. And so part of the core kind of concept I want to be talking through with you is this idea that games, one of the things that they have that differentiates them from other forms of media is that they have mechanics. They have a kind of models and rules which create simulations, and the rules of those simulations are arguments about the world, which can very much be historical arguments. And by looking at this, games can look, rather than simply at the sort of aesthetics or visual or literary elements of the past, can also focus on the how things happen. So, for example, in a game like Age of Empires, which some of you may know, trade carts that go further make more money. That encodes the historical argument that long-distance trade is of higher value. So games transmit information about societies they represent via mechanics. And these come in various elements. That can be resources that the player and other actors use. There are units that sort of act as an object in a game world. There's an economy, that's a mechanical system for the player or an AI player to generate those resources, and a game landscape world that it interacts with, amongst other possibilities. And these interact via having stats, the sort of base data on them, and algorithmic processes that allow them to interact with one another. So if we can think about these things, then we can look at what we might expect to find in people's mental models of how a pop culture style Egyptian society might work. And so these are just some general ideas that members of the public might have about ancient Egypt. So this idea of a centralized society, very hierarchical, the pharaoh is at the top, there's sort of slaves, priests, powerful rulers. There's this conception of Egypt as a monument building society. There's this strong association with Egypt between death and afterlives, and the various landscape associations we have, the desert and this sort of hostility, but also the kind of sun and Nile as core elements. And so we, as I said, are looking not just at the what of Egypt, but the how. And specifically, we are today looking, as the title of this talk is, beneath the Necrons' masks. So the Necrons are part of the Warhammer 40,000 setting. They were originally developed in the 1990s for the tabletop game. They have a very strong and obvious Egyptian aesthetic. They are undead. They are focused on a sort of tomb worlds in space. Their units include scarabs, obelisks. They have an Ankh type symbol. They have canoptech things. And I'm today going to look at their appearance in the computer game Dawn of War Dark Crusade, which was released in 2006. So, how do we see these mechanics developing in game? One of the key things is the monolith. It is the Necron's teleporting space pyramid. So this is their headquarters building. It's the sort of central point for a human or AI player that is controlling the Necrons. Whereas in other factions, they all have a range of buildings to train units from. Necron units are all trained from the central monolith. So there's this sort of societal centralization is mechanically encoded in that way. Also, upgrading the monolith is the core progression arc for the Necron faction through the game. Whereas other factions have more of a range of technologies, the Necrons really focus on building from, you get this kind of little stub of a pyramid at the start, and by the end of the game, you have this teleporting, laser blasting monstrosity that is visible on the right-hand side of the screen. So that monument building focus, again, is made core not just to the aesthetics, but to the mechanics of how the Necrons are presented. The Necron Commander unit is also seen over here. The Dawn of War wiki says correctly that it is easily the most powerful hero unit in existence in the game. The commander unit for the Necrons can just happily take on a whole bunch of the commanders from other factions that exist in this setting. And also there is a sort of transformation ability available to the Necron commander that briefly turns them into a deity. So again, mechanically encoded, we have these themes of centralized, a sort of very high power ruler, but also with these sort of ritual elements and special powers beyond what are available to the command units of other factions in Dawn of War. And as well as these sort of core features of centralization, we have the little stubbier version of the monolith on the screen here. The Necrons also run their entire sort of faction economy and the mechanics differently. Most factions in Dawn of War have two primary resources: requisition, which represents your ability to requisition troops and equipment, and power, the amount of literally sort of power you are generating from power generators. Necrons don't have a requisition resource. The requisition resource is about being able to pull things in from outside. The Necrons are conceptually just based on the world already and just popping out of their tombs. So the Necrons are thus treated as very autochthonous in how they run their economy. They're sort of popping out of the ground. They're the original, ultimate, ancient civilization of this setting. And also gives this sort of singular sort of monotypic focus to the Necron economy, which again gives it more of an idea of being sort of ancient or almost primitive in how it runs. I thought it would be important to mention the question of sort of slavery and bonded labor. This actually both is and isn't effectively mechanically represented for the Necrons, largely because total control of your units is inherent to the real-time strategy genre that this game is taking place in. Your units, whatever faction you're playing as, cannot disobey your orders. Necrons are very much aesthetically pushed in that direction. They are mostly emotion-lacking husks. They don't lack intellect, but they lack any kind of emotional capacity. So they're on a very philosophical level perfect slaves. But this doesn't have a very strong mechanical impact. Though I thought it was also worth noting that their builder unit, seen the Scarab, seen floating on the left here, is also literally dehumanized. So that sense of labor as dehumanized in the system is somewhat aesthetically represented, although the mechanics almost make it hard to represent because everything is represented in that way. And finally, the environment. So unlike other factions which gain land to gain this requisition resource mentioned earlier, control of land speeds up Necron abilities. They don't gain requisition, they just get faster. So this is a sort of interesting mechanical association, I think, with the Egyptism and the passage of time. The idea of preservation and changing, slowing or speeding up how time interacts on things, which of course interacts with our ideas about mummification and Egyptian death. They also have some of the most powerful, again seen here on the right, kind of turret and blaster type building abilities. So if you're facing the Necrons, you're coming across a very hostile, very trap-based environment. So again, you have that sort of walking into an Egyptian pyramid feel where everything is blasting at you very powerfully. The Necrons have the most powerful turret, static blasting turrets in the game, which contributes to this sort of the environment is against you hostile nature. So if we looked at these factions in Dawn of War and completely stripped out any of their aesthetics, but you were told that one had a core monument unit that it focuses on building, a powerful ruler unit with very strange transformation abilities, a huge ability to make its environment hostile, and a sort of monotypic autochthonously driven economy, and additional quirks themed around the passage of time, you might be able to guess that these were the Space Egyptians without actually seeing any of the aesthetics around that. So these sort of pseudo-Egyptisms are mechanically encoded in how the Necrons are portrayed. There's some gaps. There's some things, of course, that aren't included from our perceptions of ancient Egypt. So this focus on death in the way that these sci-fi Egyptians are presented kind of removes some of these elements about the Nile or the sun, because they strips out the naturalness and any kind of nature elements from the depiction. And there's also a kind of lack, I suppose, of the writing and written record, the kind of hieroglyphic aspects of ancient Egypt that we think about so much, in part, I think, because there is a tension between the idea of a written literate culture and the kind of inscrutable, strange nature that the game developers wanted to give the Necrons through their mechanics. So this was a fairly rapid little run through of how some of these elements of ancient Egypt can be presented in a mechanical way. And we see from this that ancient Egypt can be modeled in science fiction games, not just through these aspects of presentation, your scarabs, your ankhs, your pyramids, but also through the mechanics and processes, the how of a game ancient Egypt, even in a science fiction version, can be encoded with Egyptian elements. And there are further questions too that would be great to look at and discuss further. Firstly, do the aesthetic elements, like the sort of commander or the pyramid structure, end up necessitating some of these mechanical elements? What's the relationship between the two? Secondly, are there sort of Egyptisms or ideas about Egypt that could be added to or tweaked with this? How could we mechanically represent creatively different ideas about ancient Egypt through science fiction games? And finally, something I hope we might come back to in the discussion, can we use some of these models to creatively challenge how gamers see the ancient past? So thank you very much, and I'm very much looking forward to the questions.
Of course, I started speaking and I was muted. I should have learned in a full year of doing Zoom lectures. So thank you so much for your talk, James. That was really interesting, and I'm sure there will be plenty of questions at the end during the discussion. But now we go swiftly to Madeleine Schoner's paper, and she has an MA in Classical Studies from the Open University, as well as a diploma in Egyptology from Birkbeck College. And she studies classical reception in modern popular culture, favoring ancient Greek mythology and all things ancient Egyptian. And I need to say that I'm really, really pleased to have all our speakers here today, but I'm particularly pleased to have Madeleine with us today because she wasn't feeling very well and she's making a huge effort to be able to give her paper today. So thank you so much for being with us today, Madeleine, and we're all looking forward to your paper. And you're muted, Madeleine.
Of course I am. I apologize. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much to Lara and Ellie for putting this event on as well. For those of you that know me, you can imagine how excited I was when I saw the call for papers, because not only is it an opportunity to once again dig into receptions of ancient Egypt in modern popular culture, which are three of my favorite subjects, but then I managed to add in vampires and steampunk, which is absolutely perfect for me. So this is going to be a fun ride, I think. First of all, just to look at some definitions of steampunk. The term was first coined by Jeter in a 1987 letter when he said, "I think Victorian fantasies are going to be the next big thing, as long as we can come up with a fitting collective, something based on the appropriate technology of that era, like steampunks perhaps." Steampunk is a subgenre of science fiction, but it's also something more. It has something of the frivolous about it at first sight, relying on the aesthetics of Victorian design and steam engines and cogwheels and so forth. But there is more to it than that, as we shall see. There's a questioning, subversive element which digs more deeply and interrogates the status quo. It questions the technology upon which our sophisticated culture depends. Ada Lovelace is a character in one of the groundbreaking founding steampunk novels, The Difference Engine by Gibson and Sterling. She says, "We have sucked the lifeblood from the mysteries of the universe." Here we will see how ancient Egyptian receptions in popular culture can help redress the lack of universal mysteries. To go on to my classics, scholarly founding, as it were, Hardwick, who is one of the founding scholars of classical reception, coined the term critical distance, which she says uses the difference in time, place, and culture that exists between ancient and modern versions of a text in order to enable the reader, spectator, to move outside the limits of his or her own society and cultural horizons, and thus to see these more clearly and more critically. I would argue that fantasy and science fiction, and hence steampunk, utilize this exact same weapon of critical distancing to interrogate the world and the culture in which we live. There are many examples of steampunk in popular culture, and quite a few that include receptions of ancient Egypt, such as the Anubis Gates, another foundational steampunk novel which is being discussed by Dr. Pichel later, I think tomorrow, and brings ancient Egyptian gods and magic into an alternate Victorian world. The hot mess that is the 2017 film Gods of Egypt has several steampunk aesthetics, including a beautiful steampunk spyglass. There's a collection of short stories called Clockwork Cairo, which features part of the backstory to the events of Timeless by Gail Carriger. And then there's the 2010 Luc Besson film, The Extraordinary Adventures of Adele Blanc-Sec. The latter are my two case studies for today. First up is The Extraordinary Adventures of Adele Blanc-Sec, directed by Luc Besson, based on a series of comic books by Jacques Tardy and set in Edwardian Paris. Adele, our eponymous hero, is searching for the mummy of Patmoses, an ancient Egyptian physician of Ramses II, in order to reanimate him so that he may save the life of her sister, who is in a coma as a result of an unfortunate accident. This is the least preposterous part of the story. Modern medicine has failed her sister, and so she must resort to extreme measures in order to save her. This short trailer gives you something of the flavor of the film.
This is the story.
which is absolutely fabulous. Luckily for Adele, she is friends with the elderly Professor Esperandia, who has been, she is friends with the elderly Professor Esperandia, who has been experimenting with a combination of modern science and apparently ancient magic rituals, and who succeeds in bringing a pterodactyl egg back to life. So he has fused modern and arcane technology in order to succeed. She decides that the only solution is to raise Patmoses using the professor's technique so that Patmoses can then save her sister using his long-lost medical expertise. Unfortunately for her, he is not a physician per se. Once she has successfully resurrected him, seen here drinking tea, he sadly tells her, "I'm a nuclear physicist. I deal in figures, signs, and equations," which does not help her directly, an example of an unfortunately incorrect translation. However, Patmoses and Adele go to the Louvre together and use the professor's technique to raise Ramses II and his entourage. The pharaoh's actual physician does then successfully use his advanced medical knowledge to save Adele's sister. Thank goodness. It is a film full of classical ancient Egyptian archaeological tropes. The pyramids, the sandy tomb with various traps, the local helpers, the very bad French archaeologist with extraordinarily bad teeth, reanimated mummies, and Adele herself is beautiful and feisty and practical. She's a cross between a female Indiana Jones and Evie from the Stephen Sommers mummy films, with a touch of Amelia Peabody from the great novels by Elizabeth Peters. This is also a steampunk representation of womanhood. It is an example of what McAllister calls steampunk's frequent practice of positioning women into otherwise denied roles of power and authority. Adele has taken on the task of finding a viable solution to heal her sister in a scientific, male-dominated world that has failed her, and she does it by resorting to ancient Egypt and its lost medical knowledge. My second case study is Timeless, a novel by Gail Carragher. It is the fifth in the book series called The Parasol Protectorate. It is set in a glamorous Victorian steampunk Britain. The empire is still in full sway. Supernatural creatures, vampires and werewolves, are recognized in society. And there are preternaturals, beings who have no soul and can neutralize the power of a supernatural with a touch. Our hero, Alexia, Lady Macon, is a preternatural married to a werewolf, Alpha, Lord Macon. This essentially sets the scene. Alexia receives a summons to travel to Egypt to meet the queen of the Alexandria vampire hive, Matakara. Joseph Clayton translated Matakara for me as possibly a Budge-style translation of Mat-Ka-Ra, one of Hatshepsut's names, meaning truth Mat is the soul of Ra. It is revealed elsewhere in the book that Matakara is indeed Hatshepsut. Gail Carragher, author of the book, is an archaeologist, so selected the name well, adding a touch of pleasing authenticity. The initial meeting with the Queen is tragic. I'm going to read a short excerpt from the book here, but please be warned, this is a graphic description of a nasty piece of cyborg technology, so do go and make a quick cup of tea if you prefer not to hear it. She sat atop what could only be called a throne. It was mostly made of brass. Its base was some kind of tank housing 2 levels of liquid, the bottom a bubbling mess of yellow that heated the upper, composed entirely of a viscous red fluid that could only be blood. The arms of the throne were fitted with levers, nozzles, and tubes, some under the emaciated hands of the occupant, others going into or coming out of her arms. It was as though the woman in the chair had become one and had not been separated for generations. Some parts of the chair were bolted directly into her flesh, and there was a bronze half mask covering the lower part of her face from nose to throat, presumably providing a constant supply of blood. With the lower half of her head concealed, it was difficult to determine Matakara's exact appearance. Her eyes were large and very brown, too large in that emaciated face. She had the dark complexion of most native Egyptians, grown darker as it shrunk in against the bone, like that of a mummy. The expression on those eyes was one of immeasurable desperation and eternal misery. And thus Hatshepsut is described on Alexia's first meeting with her. She is the woman who becomes a regent and then a king, a pharaoh, strong and powerful. We do not find out how she becomes a vampire, but it is perhaps easy to understand why. She wanted eternal life, as did ancient Egyptians. She was a king, a virtual god already. It could be seen as a simple step for her to become a vampire queen and so ensure the immortality of her physical body. We are told by Alexia's husband that the year of her apparent death was actually the date when she was turned into a vampire, and that her mortuary temple near Luxor was in fact her metamorphosis temple. It is not revealed how or when the cyborg additions were made to her body. It can be inferred that despite her vampiric immortality, her body had begun to weaken and was becoming frail. So the monstrous technical interventions had taken place. It is implied that she was being kept alive against her will by her followers, as they had to have a vampire queen or die themselves. She had achieved the immortality she had craved, but at such a painful price. Now she just wanted it to end. Here, modern technology had succeeded in keeping her body alive, far beyond its sell-by date. It had succeeded too well, perhaps, and in the end, she had to resort to ancient magic and supernatural forces to enable her own death. You will probably be delighted to hear that she does accomplish this with Alexia's help. She becomes human and dies. So we have two examples of ancient Egyptian science, technology, magic, superstition, or whatever you want to call it, being used to solve situations that modern technology or science could not. Western civilization has Greek rationalism as one of its foundations. The ancient Greeks, however, included myths, gods, heroes, poetry, and religious observance in their studies of natural philosophy, as well as science. Modern Western culture seeks to adhere to science alone. So where can one go when that modern science fails? Ancient Egypt is the perfect candidate. As explained here by Bertie and Costa, the fabled lost repository of knowledge in the destroyed library of Alexandria has become one of the great archetypes of our civilization, like the Holy Grail or the city of Atlantis. So what better place to go for the knowledge that will resolve life and death situations that have been failed by modern technologies or science? And it is this use of ancient Egyptian lost technology or magic that can restore faith for someone who has lost faith in modern technocracy. And like Pandora and her infamous jar, it allows us to retain hope. And what more could we want from science fiction and fantasy and ancient Egypt? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madeleine. That was great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now, sorry, Madeleine, could you mute? Thanks. Now we're going to Amir's presentation. And Amir Safar Perez, he's a doctoral candidate with a master's in environmental engineering and English literature. And he's currently involved in research on recontextualizing pulp characters for modern readers, which I think is so interesting. And he concentrates on early fantasy and also science fiction. So thank you for being with us today, Amir, and we're looking forward to your presentation. You're muted. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good morning from Puerto Rico. My name is Amir Safar, and I'll be discussing my presentation, Osiris and Anubis in Space, Zelazny's Creatures of Light and Darkness. This particular text is a creation of author Roger Zelazny. It concerns the conflict between life and death, presented to the reader as the conflict between Anubis and Osiris, who use champions in a proxy war to decide the ruler of the universe. Zelazny is no stranger to using myths and science fiction. He was fond of using allegories and imagery from disparate myths in his stories. Prior examples include the utilization of Hindu myths in Lord of Light and Greek myths in This Immortal. Each text combined mythology with science fiction. For example, Lord of Light had humans advance in technology to the point that they assumed the positions of the gods whose names they invoked. Creatures of Light and Darkness, by contrast, relies heavily on the myth aspect, with science fiction serving as the backbone for the story. This particular text was a strange one, as Zelazny used it as a testbed for different styles of ideas. Because of this, the text could transition wildly from traditional novel to poetry to stage direction and lines. It leads to the text having a very dreamlike quality, which can make it hard to decipher at times. This is ironic because the actual plot is relatively simple. I would like you to notice that on the cover you see here on screen right now, Anubis is shown standing next to binary code in place of hieroglyphics. This is important as the binary relationship between life and death is at the heart of the novel. You may also notice that they are the number 2 after the 1, which is then followed by 3, 4, etc., etc. This is not a misunderstanding of binary code, but an intentional choice. The story is put into motion by Anubis and Osiris, who in this story run the House of the Dead and House of the Living, respectively. Osiris in particular seems to be misplaced, being in charge of life, but he represents in the text life eternal, being able to make creatures immortal through science and magic. Anubis, by contrast, seems to fit into his purpose as Lord of Mummification, often performing his services to various characters. However, both deities are antagonistic forces manipulating other gods in an attempt to usurp the other. Anubis uses a champion named Joachim, who in the text is actually Set, who has lost his memory. Meanwhile, Osiris uses his son Horus, both gods using their champions in an attempt to assassinate Thoth and secure his throne. Horus and Set are the active protagonists in the text, traveling from world to world in search of Thoth in order to kill him, both of them competing with each other despite having never met. Zelazny uses traditional relationships in myth to set the conflict, often keeping the character traits as close to the myth as possible, with Horus being the closest to being a heroic figure in the text, often horrified by the universe he finds himself in, locked in a war between life and death, and science and magic, and more importantly, binary. The reason for this is the cosmology of the universe they reside in, which relies on the power of binary code. Binary code, as most of us know, is simply the bedrock of computer code, zeros and ones. But instead of zeros and ones, Zelazny uses zeros and 2. Anubis and Osiris keep the universe in balance by keeping worlds from not having an overabundance of either life or death. If a world has too much life, that is to say, the world is close to Osiris's domain, a plague may strike to curb the population. If a world has no life, close to Anubis, a meteorite might strike the planet, producing bacteria that can survive there, which will result in an increase in life. Anubis himself directly attributes to this and attributes it to the nature of 0 and 2. As he notes, quote, "Can life be counted upon to limit itself? No. It is the mindless striving of 2 to become infinity. Can death be counted upon to limit itself? Never. It is the equally mindless effort of 0 to encompass infinity." The idea of 2 is especially prominent, as sex and love often serve to push characters forward to self-destructive acts. It is the pursuit of 2, the pursuit of love and life, which pushes characters, such as Horus and Osiris, forward. One particular example of life out of control is the planet Bliss. Joachim is sent there to search for Thoth, and in doing so finds a world full of life. Too much life. Bliss's technology has gotten to the point that disease and death have been conquered. The only things that seem to matter is breeding and entertainment. Citizens are obsessed with creating more life to break the monotony of long lives which do not end. It is the exaggerated state of overpopulation, the life eternal that comes after death in Egyptian myth. It is on bliss that the immortal gods hide, because they're indistinguishable from normal humans.
Hello, Amir. I don't know if you can hear me, but I think you're frozen. Okay, apologies for that, everyone. I think he was not just frozen on my screen, he was frozen on everyone's screens. We are trying to get Amir back to the Zoom room. Apologies for that. Give us a couple of minutes. It was going so well, wasn't it? Something was meant to happen at some point.
These things happen. I always say it's the mummy's curse, and it's funny the first time you say it, and then it gets the joke falls flat after that.
So I will confess something for everyone who's watching. Ellie was just telling me privately, "Oh, I'm so pleased this is going so well." So of course she jinxed it. Okay, doesn't seem he's not rejoining, is he?
We can move on, Lara, and then if Amir comes back, we can hear the second part of the paper.
Okay. 1 second. Okay. So yeah, apologies for that. You know, it's the perks of doing this live. But I think we should probably move on. Do we have Rebecca with us? Rebecca is not with us either.
In that case, shall we move on to questions?
I think we can just move to questions. We can move on to questions for Madeleine and James, and when Rebecca comes later, she can join the Q&A, and well, hopefully Amir can make it back as well. So James and Madeleine, are you here ready for the Q&A? Apologies for that. But sorry, this is. Oh, sorry. Just so everyone, you can post your questions on the Q&A. You can also post the questions on YouTube if you're watching us on YouTube, and you can also keep using the Slack. We're keeping an eye on Slack for questions. So yeah, perhaps we can get started with the Q&A session. For example, we have a question for James here. Saying that, have you played the Total Warhammer games? And if so, do you think the Tomb Kings are a better representation of ancient Egyptian society than the Necrontyr?
Yes, I mean, indeed. I mean, I have something of a history here, actually, because I actually made a huge Warhammer modification for the original Rome Total War. So yeah, I've got a bit of a history with Total War Warhammer. I would say, firstly, I wouldn't be the qualified person to say how good their representation of Egyptian society is. I'm not an Egyptologist. But I suppose what I would say from sort of general experience as a game developer and somebody who teaches on this stuff is I don't think most of the time the question of is this an accurate representation is usually not a helpful starting point, because the answer is no. Whatever game you're building, you're not creating a kind of fully accurate representation of a society. The question, I think, is what you are arguing about the society via the mechanics of the game, and also how you're curating the history. What are you taking out of the historical past to put it into your media, and what are you leaving behind and not representing? So those are the questions that I would start with. With the Tomb Kings in Warhammer Fantasy, obviously they are more like explicitly aesthetically Egyptian. I actually think that sort of mechanically they are really quite similar to the Necrons in that it's again this sort of Egypt as undead and Egypt as this mythos of preservation and high-powered rulership and all those sorts of things, with this kind of undead epistemological slave workforce essentially running beneath these very powerful pharaoh-like figures. So I would say, mechanically they're actually quite similar representations, but on a kind of accuracy and digging into the history more perspective, I would have to bow to the Egyptologists present.
This is a very interesting question. It's relevant to people interested in gaming, but also all sorts of other aspects of science fiction, films, novels, everything. This question about authenticity, and is it authenticity what we're looking for, or is it something else? And I guess this is a question, perhaps we can go on with this question. What do you think about this quest for authenticity in the type of outputs that you study?
Do you want me to do that first, or does Madeleine have any thoughts?
Well, for me, I suppose because my big passion is looking at popular cultural receptions of ancient societies, be it Greek mythology or Norse mythology, or in this case, ancient Egypt. I think for me, the important thing is not the accuracy of the representation, but what is the story? What is the message? What is it trying to tell us? What is it showing us? What is it representing about that ancient culture? And what is it sharing about our culture and our perceptions of ourselves, and how do they relate together? And it's very like Katerina was saying earlier, it's also a way in, it's a way of engaging with a lot of people on a level that they're willing to be engaged with, that they understand, because you're talking their language. You're going in with popular culture, and then you can expand into the other stuff as well, if you see what I mean. So I suppose I've matured. When I started out doing as a complete non-study, non-student, non-anything person, and started looking at one of the things I did on my certificate in Egyptology at Birkbeck was we looked at a book by Christian Jacques. And we had to take a chapter, and we had to look at do a book review. And I did it from a very analytical perspective. So I looked point by point, and I looked at the history, and I researched, and I went. And now looking back on that, I mean, it's a fascinating intellectual exercise, but it doesn't actually tell you a great deal. I mean, it was a great learning tool from that perspective, but actually it sucks the life out of the whole thing. The joy of the book is the story. What is the book telling us? What was that book telling us about life in that ancient Egyptian village, and about those people, and how their beliefs and their mythology systems sustained them? And how can we take from that? What mythologies do we use to sustain us? And that's what I find so interesting, is that interplay between old mythologies and modern mythologies, my pet modern mythology is, for anyone who knows me, is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's my passion. I've got Black Widow sitting right there, bless her. And, you know, I think this is where the learning comes. This is where the lessons come, and the comparisons and the divergences as well. That's, to me, where it becomes exciting and passionate, and that's the value of it. Sometimes anachronisms are very, very annoying. I agree. But sometimes you just have to go, hang on a minute, this is a movie, this is a story, what is it telling me? And I think that's more important. I hope that answers.
Sorry. I just wanted to say
yeah, I agree very much with all of that, and this is why I think, from a game studies perspective, that's why these are the two things I focus on. I sort of try and talk to my class about, you know, dropping the accuracy idea and instead focusing on, firstly, think about the code and the mechanics more, because that is what gives you the how. That's the processes of how you're imagining this society works, not just what it looks like. And that's the bit that so often goes out the window. I mean, you get so many of these games which sell themselves really hard on, we did a really accurate representation, and what they mean is, we made the sword look right, we made the building look pretty, and the social history is completely bogus. It's just, there's just nothing there. And then I think there is this aspect of creative work as a specific curation of bits of the past, that we're taking some things out of that past, but we're also always leaving some bits there, and like looking at that as a conscious set of choices, I think, is the best way to start approaching a lot of this stuff, and to look at that, some of those interplays.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm at the same time trying to get Amir back into the room. He's trying to get back in, so I will work on that in 1 second. But before we go into that, I continue doing that. Madeleine, perhaps you can tell us, well, someone was asking whether you were into Gail Garriger's work, which you obviously were, since you were talking about that. Could you tell us how you became interested in that as well?
Yeah, I can't remember. I think at some point I got very interested in steampunk as a concept. I love the aesthetic of it, and I think that's what draws a lot of people in to start with before you start looking at the more serious side. And I looked at what books were available, and I came across Gail Carriger, and I thought, well, why not? Let's give it a go. My goodness, these are so much fun. They are completely wonderful. And for a woman, they are full of strong female characters of all different kinds, all completely mad. They are full of wonderful male characters. There's a lot of the gender, the way gender is dealt with is fabulous. I think it's very supportive of a very all-embracing, all-inclusive type community. I think the way it looks at the sort of quasi-Victorian society, but with vampires and werewolves and supernaturals and all these different elements, is a wonderful allegory for the sort of thing that we try to assimilate in our society. How do you assimilate them together? How do people with such different cultures work together? How do they operate together and make it work? And it's actually glorious. And you've got the old ones hidden away who refuse to have anything to do with it, and the ones, the more modern thinking ones who are totally engaged. So, and of course, when I discovered that Hatshepsut was in there, that was it. I was delighted. The other glorious bit is that one of the vampires, who is Alexia Macon's best friend, is a vampire. He's a very, very old vampire, and we actually find out that he is Alexander the Great. How excellent is that? So yeah, I love Gail Carriger. I think she's fabulous. It's very light and frothy, but with a lot of this, once you go beneath the light and fluffy, you can find an awful lot more, which is what I find so interesting, and that's why I love popular culture, because you can go as deep as you want to go. and you can find as much as you want to find.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry, I thought I was muted. So we have a couple of questions here very specifically for James, and this come from the YouTube live stream. And what is your favorite faction to play as Dark Crusade?
Okay, well, that's a quick one. I mainly play Tau. Which I guess will make more sense to those who know the game, but the Tower are sort of, yeah, they're sort of the most space alien sort of faction, I suppose. And I mean, without going too much into the details of Warhammer 40,000, because we'd be here forever, I think one of the reasons why I don't actually tend to focus on it that much as a setting I work with is that it does have this overall problem whereby basically all of the factions are evil, and that's never quite been my thing. I do like having some good guys along the way somewhere. And the Tower possibly one of the more redeemable options. But yes, it is actually a problem in how that setting deals with a lot of its representation of different cultures and so on, because it was very much initially intentionally written to be just everything is terrible, everyone is terrible. But then that's ended up kind of getting pulled around over time because people want heroes to look at. And that is a particular problem with the human factions who were explicitly from the beginning written as fascists. And then when you have later variations of the games where people want to make those more relatable, you can see where the problems come in immediately. So yeah, for that reason, I find the humans quite uncomfortable in that setting. And I tend to run with playing the Tau. But yeah, hopefully that answers that question.
Yeah, thank you. That was a very niche question, I need to say. But we have a more general question for everyone in the panel here, which is figures like undead, zombies, vampires, which are not dead, but also lack some essence of life, are a very European concept, as far as I know. Why do you think they are often connected to concepts of ancient Egypt in popular culture, while they actually seem to have no place in ancient Egyptian thought?
Well, those of you that know me will know I gave a paper on this subject about 3 years ago at the Tea with the Sphinx conference, also at Birmingham. There is some evidence in ancient Egyptian mythology of blood drinking, and let's see, there's the cannibal hymn, which is in I'm trying to remember back now, so you'll have to forgive me if I don't get this quite right, but in the tomb of King Unas, which describes the king eating the flesh of the gods in order to gain their strength. There is also a description of the god Shesmu, who is the god of the wine press. But there is a particular description where he is described pressing human heads. And there's a picture of him pressing human heads and actually catching the blood in a cup to drink. And the paper went into a number of those sources. So I think there aren't many references. There's certainly not a vampire as we know a vampire, but there are references in other cultures, not only Western cultures, to blood drinking spirits, and whether literal or figurative, of course, is a whole other subject. We could be here for several weeks discussing that. There's also a goddess in Mesopotamian mythology, and I can't remember her name, bless her, but she kidnaps and eats small children. And it will come to me, but sorry, I'm a little old and my memory doesn't always work as well as it used to. But there's a lot. There's also there are Indian vampires, demons, there are Filipino demons that consume blood, etc. So this is quite a broad thing. I think the vampire that we know of, the sort of the Dracula, or the beautiful vampire Lestat, very European constructs, as you rightfully say, but the more elemental blood-drinking demon is a much more widespread trope and is found in a lot of mythology. I hope that somewhat answers that question. I mean, clearly I could go on for several weeks, but
I think it does. Do you have anything to add to that, James? Would you like to say something?
A little bit. In that, I suppose the bit I'd add to it is that I think the other kind of tie-in point is the sort of the, I guess, post-19th century way that our Western views of Egypt are so focused on mummies and mummification. And from that, it's a very easy jump to this concept of Egypt as just being this society that is almost, solely focused on the quest for eternal life. And that lends itself incredibly well to telling stories about any form of undeath. Because there's the sort of there's a double thing with undeath. On the one hand, it's horrifying, but on the other hand, the kind of one of the core storytelling hooks is the extent to which it can be tempting. And I think the kind of Egyptian and mummification aspect, because it's something that a society did for that sort of preservation aspect, I think lends itself incredibly neatly to that sort of storytelling.
Thank you so much for your answer to that question. And thank you, Amir, for coming back. I'm sorry that was so difficult. We were trying to make it work behind the scenes. Thank you so much for being back here, Amir. Thank you. Would you mind if we finish listening to the rest of Amir's presentation? I think we really need to give him a chance to finish the presentation. I was enjoying it so much, Amir. So perhaps we will finish the rest of Amir's presentation, and then we can come back to another couple of minutes of questions before we stop for the coffee break. Is that okay with you, Amir?
Oh, it's wonderful for me. I just hope everyone else is okay. I don't want to cut into anyone's time. Out of curiosity, when did I freeze? I don't know where I froze.
I can't remember what you were talking about, but I will be able to tell you what slide you were in. So
yeah, you were talking about the planet where they are the planet with too much life, where they're obsessed with. You just
Bliss.
got to them. Yes, exactly. You sort of just got onto that.
So yeah.
All right.
So we apologize to the rest of the speakers in this session, and we apologize to the attendees. But when you're doing things live, these things happen. And thank you, Amir, for being back for the rest of your presentation.
Okay. Where was I? Here.
I think you were in this one.
That's the one.
This one.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna have to start from the beginning of this slide because I don't remember where I stopped. Death has become a perversion on bliss, as the concept of ceremony and funeral rites have become a sideshow. Individuals treat suicide the same way we treat carnival shows, selling tickets to a man's self-immolation, with his death being treated with skepticism to the point the audience claims the death was faked and are ignorant on how a person would die in the first place. The proper treatment of the dead occurs often in the story, with bodies and corpses being mistreated or abused, often comedically. The implication being that the gods have become so irresponsible and lazy that even the handling of the dead has been perverted. The mutilation of the body is exemplified by the oracles and soothsayers throughout the story. Osiris's son Horus goes to two distinct types of oracles throughout his quest. One magical, the other mechanical, scientific. The first is a haruspex named Fredag, who uses entrails to read the future. In order to see the future for a god, Fredag uses the entrails of a rival haruspex. Much to the man's annoyance, Fredag is incompetent, however, at both cutting and reading the entrails, forcing the dying haruspex to read his own entrails in order to give Horus the information he needs. The mechanical oracle is what's referred to as a sex comp, a computer powered by a human that requires sexual gratification in order to provide knowledge. In this case, it's often done without the human's consent. They're usually put in there as punishment. And in one horrific case, the one woman is found in there heavily pregnant, the implication being that she was impregnated while being a sex comp. In both cases, magical and scientific, the body is violated, often without hesitation in order to pursue knowledge. And Horus is understandably horrified by both, having been kept by his father's side for most of his life. The integration of old myths of fortune telling with technology as a form of search engine highlights the text's union of flesh and machinery. The body being defiled is not just delegated to oracles and search engines. Characters are often mutilated and defiled, resulting in horrific descriptions of the body, often harkening back to mummification and Egyptian myth. Anubis' champion Joachim is the most overt. Joachim, as mentioned previously, is actually the amnesiac Set, who in this story is, in spite of being a destroyer figure, still the hero. Joachim's body is molded through technology to be more powerful in order to kill Thoth. But it is the nature of his modification which invokes Set's involvement with the Osiris myth. Joachim has his arms and legs removed in order to replace them with machinery, and is forced to mutilate and destroy his genitalia in order to become perfect in Anubis' eyes. This ties into Osiris' death and his own mutilation, with his body being scattered and parted. However, his pieces were still considered perfect, as opposed to Joachim, whose body is mutilated in order to induce perfection. Anubis then discusses the integration of machinery into the body and tying into the question of the self. If the body is completely machine, is the individual still alive? Which is something that Joachim cannot answer even at the end of the text. Compounding this dysphoria of self, Joachim is mutilated without knowing he is Set, resulting in a furious god when his memory is restored. If Osiris' parts were beautiful in spite of being separate, then Anubis' mutilation of Set is a true violation of the body, removing the perfect for a facsimile of perfection. Osiris himself commits acts of violation and mutilation, consigning individuals to eternal life, forcing an enemy into life as a carpet, capable of feeling people literally walk over him. The gods seem to have lost their way, no longer respecting the body in any way, and often ignoring or glorifying ceremony and tradition, such as Anubis preventing the dead from being interred properly and forcing them to engage in mindless orgies for his own amusement. Many of you may have noticed that when discussing the idea of oracles, I referred to a haruspex, which is more of a Greek term, not an Egyptian one. Zelazny seems to enjoy introducing Greek myth into the story, often being in subservience of the Egyptian myth. The three fates appear as a species of alien that can see the future, but are often cannibalistic to their own species. The aforementioned haruspex is portrayed as a serious job, but full of betrayal and death. But the most direct reference to Greek myth is Set's brother, Typhon. In terms of mythological function, Set and Typhon are both destroyers. Zelazny is aware of this and has Typhon be a literal shadow entity who only appears once Joachim is set loose into the world, into the light of life. Once the light appears, Typhon appears. He literally appears pages after Joachim is free, quite literally following his brother like a shadow. Typhon being a shadow allows Zelazny to utilize a scientific concept that at that point in history had only been theorized, the black hole. The text was published in 1969, with the first black hole being discovered in 1971, that being Cygnus X1. But even though it was still theoretical, the basic function of the black hole as an empty space where nothing can escape is commented on, with Typhon being feared by everyone but Set because of his destructive nature. The black hole is even used to kill a monster in the climax of the text by forcing it through Typhon's body. Finally, Thoth deserves a brief mention, being the target of assassination by nearly everyone in the story. In here, Zelazny reimagines him as both the father and son of Set, which is due to a specific ability both characters have, which is referred to as temporal fugue. It allows individuals to step out of time in order to have hyper-fast battles. This combined with black holes and their theoretical properties at the time, the pantheon is presented as a paradoxical entity that should not exist and simultaneously does, simultaneously being zero and 2. Thoth is the only one who appreciates this and attempts to end the conflict between Osiris and Anubis by replacing them with more caring rulers. He succeeds by the end, by restoring Awakim to his being of Set. Anubis is replaced by a sorcerer that is a servant of Thoth, and Osiris is replaced by his son Horus. Horus himself falls in love with a sex cow, and the two are expecting a child, resulting in the return of life or the return of 2. Seth, however, is forced to become a mindless entity, hunting more and more prey until he's inevitably destroyed. Seth is reduced to 0. In closing, Creatures of Light and Darkness allows Zelazny to examine the unending conflict between life and death, the unchanging conflict between life and death, by portraying it in a binary fashion. The text begins and ends with 0 and 2, and the universe remains binary, just under slightly more aware management. And that's, now I'm done.
Thank you so much, Amir. Thank you for that paper. I really enjoyed it, even if it was in 2 halves, but I got to enjoy it for a bit longer. So actually, Ellie is telling me that we have Rebecca in the room. So I'm going to promote her to panelists as well. And perhaps we can have, if everyone agrees, just 5 extra minutes for questions, and people can perhaps can give us your question for you, Amir, and also for Rebecca. So Rebecca, we hope you had the chance to watch her pre-recorded lecture that was the link for which was circulated, I think on Tuesday or Monday. And she studied Egyptology and economics at Mainz. And she's now working on her PhD, and her project is entitled The Dead Body, Studies on Concepts of the Corpse in Ancient Egypt, which is a DFG-funded research training group at the University of Mainz. So Rebecca, are you with us? Hi, Rebecca.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Rebecca. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry. I just came back from the vaccination, and I'm right now traveling through Berlin. I'm very sorry. So you might.
Oh no, that's okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you so much. And so if people have any questions for either Rebecca or Amir, please could you post them on the chat box or on the Slack or also on YouTube as well. But one of the reasons that I think it's actually quite nice to have you together as part of this final question session is that both of your papers are actually about binary approaches. So in your paper, Amir, you're talking about how this novel very much relies on this idea of a binary approach. And I think in your paper, Rebecca, you're also relying on a binary approach in the sense of how you're talking about the ghost and the shell. So I wonder if you could tell us something more about that kind of approach and the value of that kind of approach when we talk about ancient Egyptian civilization. You're muted, Amir. Yes.
Okay, no, I'm wondering if I'll go first then. Well, I was thinking a lot of it because we have so many mythologies and so many cultures that have very specific methods for preparing the body for this sort of discussion on life and death, what comes after death, that eternal nature. And I find that really interesting. That you could apply that binary notion, the idea that we are dead and we are alive, but that there is a life after death. So death is not simply an end, it is simply like an infinity. That you could apply that to technology. So you have those interactions, and it just seems to meld so perfectly with each other. Because that notion of computer code, that very defined existence, applies so well to how many cultures approach mortality and life. That's sort of like there is a binary nature to humanity. There's a binary nature to technology, which I thought was really cool.
Actually, I'm very sorry. I'm right now in the train, so you might probably hear some yeah, some notes. Well, for me, in fact, it was very interesting to see during my dissertation that the idea to create an eternal body which cannot be destroyed or destructed is on the one hand, even you can read this in the Egyptian texts, and it has some similarities to the concept of the cyborgs, which have an almost indestructible body as well. But in the case of Motoko Kusanagi, the character from Ghost in the Shell, she has a fully human brain and consciousness, so that makes her like what in the manga and anime seem the perfect individual. And in the Egyptian texts, also the souls and the heart stays as it was.
Thank you. I mean, how amazing the age of technology that we can have a Q&A session with someone who's on the train. Thank you so much for joining us, Rebecca. Actually, we have one last question that comes from YouTube that Megan has sent to me, which I think it's for Amir, but I think it applies to Rebecca's work as well. And do you think the transition from human to cyborg represents a transition from life to death, or rather from death to eternal life?
Would you repeat that? I didn't hear that.
Do you think the transition from human to cyborg represents a transition from life to death, or rather from death to eternal life?
That's actually something that Anubis and Joachim argue about, because at one point, Anubis says, well, if I replace all your body parts with machinery, were you alive? Because of course I am. I dream. And he's like, but is dreaming could not just be something I programmed into you? And if I remove that from you, are you not just dead? And the fact that Joachim cannot answer because he's not entirely sure what his self is, and the fact that that is used because he himself doesn't know his own name. He starts a text without a name, so Anubis gives him one. And it's just that notion of like, who is he? And even if like replacing the parts in there, is he still set? And when he recovers his name, his body has been violated because it has been changed so much, but he believes he's set. At that point, it's no longer his body which is set. It's been modified so much. The only thing that matters is that he perceives himself to be set. And it's true. Like everyone else believes that he is set, because at that point, he no longer cares what the flesh is. It's also what he perceives himself to be. So a lot of that does tie into self-actualization and self-awareness of the body and the mind.
Absolutely. I think this gives us such an opportunity to discuss ideas about embodiment. Rebecca, I know you're on the train, so no worries if you can't answer this question, but I'm sure. Oh, hello, you're out on the train.
But actually, I just managed to go to Berlin Central Station. Yeah, for me, sorry, it's quite loud and noisy, and I'm very sorry. This was, yeah, I received the invitation to the vaccination yesterday evening, so I was having to get there. But to answer the question, for me, it is more to transform yourself into a kind of an eternal being, an eternal life. So the body is made. So I don't know if this answers.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. I think your paper, and everyone will have the opportunity to watch the pre-recorded paper that Rebecca submitted, very much speaks to this idea about what is alive, what isn't alive, how do we create a body, and how do we create an ideal or a perfect body. So I think we need to stop now for our coffee break. I'm sorry, we overrun a little bit, and this is due to the technical difficulties. We will resume for the third panel at 10 to 4 here in the UK. I don't know what time it will be wherever you are, but it will be in about half an hour. And Ellie, are you over there? Do you have the link?
I do have the link. I'm going to be posting it in the chat in just a sec. So if anyone wants to hang out.
Just to add more difficulties to this technological issues that we're having, we're going to keep the webinar running during the coffee break. So you can leave, you can stay in the webinar if you wish. You can leave the webinar, and then you just need to click on the same link to come back in again to the same webinar. And for those of you who are interested, Ellie is going to post a link to a Zoom room which is not a webinar, it's a regular Zoom meeting, if you want to get together with all the people for a chat for coffee. So we don't have that one-to-one interaction that we have in real life conferences, but we're trying to do what we can in order to bring that social aspect back to this conference. So if you're interested in joining that coffee break, please click on the link that Ellie has posted on the chat box, and afterwards at 10 to 4, please join us again by clicking the webinar link that you were sent originally, and you will be brought back to this webinar session. So thank you so much for our panelists of this session, and we'll see you back at the third session later on.
you.
Rebecca cannot join us, unfortunately. But I'm here.
Wonderful. It's
Send
good to
her
have you.
greetings, but she cannot be present.
Never mind. We have one of the two of you. We've got everyone else, which is fantastic. So in a second, I will introduce Matthew, but in the meantime, I'm just going to make sure we've got everyone we're expecting and everything looks good.
Would you like me to have my screen shared already, or?
Yeah, go for it, Matt.
Great.
Okay. Lovely. In that case, we might as well get started again. So welcome back, folks, to our third panel of the day and of the event on the whole. Today's session 3 is Egypt on the big screen. So we've moved on from the TV of this morning to films, movies. This panel has 2 pre-recorded talks on it. So hopefully people have had access to Nicola Reggiani and Alessia Bovo's paper, The Jed Order, and also Julia Trochet and Stacey Davidson's paper, The Luminous Beings Are We. And I will introduce them in more detail before the Q&A session, which will follow Matthew Stapleton's talk. Matthew joins us from the University of Central Florida this morning with a paper called, this afternoon, with a paper called Ancient Egyptians as a Neutral Cultural Commodity in Non-Western Movie Franchises. Matt is a PhD student at the University of Central Florida, studying texts and technology in Orlando, in sunny Florida. And Matt specializes in culture studies, social media studies, and video game research. He's establishing a strong interdisciplinary focus within cultural industries. He also holds a master's degree in writing, rhetoric, and media from Clemson University too. So it's my pleasure to introduce Matt, who will crack on with a fascinating sounding paper for us.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if she's working. Can you hear me? Are we good on that front? Okay. It doesn't show up the little green thing over my face, so it kind of is a little disturbing there. Hi, everyone. My name is Matt Stapleton. Like what has been said before, I'm from the University of Central Florida. I have my email listed. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about ancient Egyptian culture as a neutral commodity on non-Western movie franchises. It's a bit of a misnomer, I recognize. It is in Western movie franchises, but it's in Western movie franchises that are marketed towards non-Western audiences. So during this discussion, I'm going to be talking about ancient Egyptian influences in internationally distributed movies. The 2 that I'm going to be focused on mainly are Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen, which I believe another one of our, not in this panel, but a different panelist is also covering. And then I'm also going to be discussing X-Men Apocalypse, which I think is the same way. And then Gods of Egypt and the Mummy are going to be discussed much later in this discussion, mostly just involving the financial impact that they have. I'm going to be looking at soft power in international cultural and financial relationships. As this theme sort of revolves around Egypt, I'm going to be mostly talking about Egypt and how it relates to other countries. But in this case specifically, I'm going to be talking about Egypt and China. And then Egypt does serve as a non-Western focus in a lot of movies, especially because of its mythology. So I'm going to be talking about how that sort of relates directly into how it can be used financially. To sort of start things off, just to kick it off, I'm going to be talking about Revenge of the Fallen. If anyone doesn't know, this is a Transformers movie by Michael Bay from 2009. It was one of the more popular ones. It involved a lot of sort of bouncing around locations because they had some sort of strange teleporting technology. It starred Shia LaBeouf as Sam Witwicky. In this case, I'm showing off some of the initial images I want to. First of all, on your left, you see Sam Witwicky kind of posing in front of a Great Pyramid of Giza, that sort of doing anything with it. And then the Cybertronian Jetfire is the reason they go to Egypt. He allows them to teleport there and then proceeds to sacrifice himself. Going on, the Transformers series sort of then looks into fighting in Egypt. They decide to use science fiction pretty heavily in the discussion of Egypt. It turns out the pyramids were put there by ancient Cybertronians, which are the race of Autobots and Decepticons. If you don't know, the robot people. In this case, a group of robots that are all mining equipment turn into a Decepticon called Devastator. He tears open one of the Great Pyramids of Giza and reveals some sort of sun harvester. The whole point is to try to absorb the sun and pull it to Earth, and then open a portal to Cybertron, which is the home planet of the Decepticons and Autobots. So strangely enough, it's just sort of puts science fiction into Egypt without really thinking hard about it. You'll also see some discussion about Optimus Prime being in there. The overall result of how Transformers approaches science fiction in Egypt, it really wants to display humanity as this species that has been influenced by an even more ancient power. I believe this is the one that introduces the concept that these Transformers had arrived to Earth in a much longer before we had. It followed upon in recent movies as well. In Transformers 3 and 4, they like to have strange alien artifacts placed around the world, and in this case, the artifacts are placed specifically into Egypt. Like I mentioned, the pyramids are serving as some strange structure that wants to absorb our sun to allow Cybertron to come here. I think the best way to describe this, and is a theme that you're going to see in a lot of different movies that use Egypt, is that they like to use Egypt solely as a playground. I like to use that term because it literally is what they're doing. The action sequences like to focus on Egypt. You'll see Transformers and Autobot, different Autobots running around in Egypt. There's not really much of a discussion of culture, and if there is, it's in the sense of what Transformers 2 does, where they take a giant pyramid and they turn it into something else. But they basically just use it as a backdrop to their fighting, hence the playground idea. It's important to note that Transformers 2 grossed $204 million US dollars domestically, and then was able to do $434 million internationally as well. Of those $434 million internationally, China was the largest foreign market with a full 65 million. As you'll see as we discuss throughout this discussion, this number actually starts to improve a lot, and I'll sort of figure that out why later. Importantly, it did set up the Transformers franchise for growing market success, specifically in Transformers 4, as Ann Kokas points out. The utilization of Egyptian culture allows Transformers to pull into a Chinese audience the concept that they are trying to work specifically with them. And in Transformers 4, you'll see scenes specifically in Hong Kong, which allows Chinese audiences a much more at-home approach, but also keeps the playground model that Transformers 2 has set up with Egypt. The next film I'd like to discuss as well in this sense is X-Men Apocalypse. It's a very similar theme where they'll be using, in this case, Cairo specifically, but Egypt as a whole as a playground. For those who don't know, X-Men is a series about mutants who engage in a number of superhero battles. Previously, in the comics, X-Men is more about the racial dynamics of a group of people being sort of looked down upon by another group of people. X-Men Apocalypse sort of makes it more of a mutant versus mutant thing without really paying too much heed to the racial components of it. The most important character that gives us a tie to Egypt beyond the playground is Sabanur, or Apocalypse, who's played by Oscar Isaac, a very good actor. He's an immortal mutant. He is somewhat implied to have built the entirety of ancient Egypt, being immortal and being all-powerful. He puts together pyramids. As you can see, there's some runic glyphs that are on the pyramids as well that are directly related to Apocalypse. He's sort of like the main character in this film, even though he's an antagonist. He does involve the entire plot, and it does follow him from ancient Egypt to the modern times. You can see in the top right panel, he is sitting in a place where they were going to mummify him in some way, but in this case, what they're doing with mummification is transferring his consciousness from an older body to a newer body. But then they do actually mummify him and trap him for thousands of years until the modern day, where he awakens to a new and improved Cairo in Egypt in a modern society, and decides that he would like to take it over again in a very similar fashion to how he took over the ancient Egypt. We are also introduced to a new version of Storm. While the X-Men series previously cast Halle Berry as Storm, Alexandra Shipp is instead put in there. She's a Cairo-born mutant with weather control powers, while Halle Berry's character is much less focused on that. This version of Storm does focus more on the previous roots that X-Men had established in the comics. Like I mentioned, she's Cairo-born, which plays into the fact that that is where Apocalypse has woken up. She's a thief who has her mutant powers awoken by Apocalypse. That's a very important distinction because in the original X-Men series, film series, they don't really focus on this too much of her origin. But in this case, they actually have a tie to Egypt. And while Apocalypse is not specifically designed to be Egyptian in this case, even though he's discussed in a lot of Egyptian light. Storm is an Egyptian resident. She is from Cairo, lived and born there, although the comics have a very different take on that. Regardless, the Storm that we're introduced to in this film series is much more Egyptian and has a lot more ties to the culture and the roots, hence why she feels at home working with Apocalypse in Egypt and wanting to take it over for most of the film, although she does turn into her traditional protagonist role at the end. Once again, we see an Egyptian style villain. And in this case, the Egyptian style villain is trying to take over the world, although he's using Egypt as the basis for it. Cairo once again serves as a playground of sorts. In this case, it's only during the major action sequences that it serves as a playground, though. During those scenes specifically, we see that the traditional and ancient Egyptian culture don't really play any role in how the mutants fight with one another, but this movie actually does play some reference to current modern Egyptian culture and also has at least some discussion of ancient Egyptian culture. This one only grossed 155 million domestically. I say only, but that's in comparison to the international, where it grossed $388 million internationally. In this case, the Chinese foreign market was at $120 million, which almost catches up to the domestic amount. Interestingly enough, and this is a discussion a lot of film scholars will discuss and look at and say that when you compare older movies to more recent movies, the Chinese audience of moviegoers has actually grown, and so it's often not a fair comparison. In this case, the subsequent titles Logan and X-Men Dark Phoenix, which came out in 2017 and 2019, actually performed less well in China than X-Men Apocalypse. I think a lot of that is due to the Egyptian focus and the focus on something that isn't Western, which is something that we'll see in a little bit of future discussion. So if it wasn't obvious, China is sort of the main focus for a lot of these Egyptian culture films. The interesting thing that I was able to find as I researched this was that a lot of Greco-Roman mythology films did not receive openings in China. Nordic mythology does receive openings in China, but that's mostly because of Thor, who really skews the series, the Marvel's Thor series, which is internationally, part of that Marvel Avengers series. However, traditional Greco-Roman mythology does not receive any sort of opening release in China, and often won't even have numbers published because of it. As I mentioned in previous annotations, all these numbers are drawn from Box Office Mojo, which actually does not list any sort of Chinese opening for some of the films that I've listed. In this case, the 300 series, Percy Jackson series, Class of Titan series, and The Immortals, which is a standalone Greco-Roman film. However, Wonder Woman does buck the trend. This might be because she's a superhero and published by DC, which is already has a strong audience in China. In addition to that, I'm also looking at 2 additional films. These ones I'm not going to analyze quite so heavily because they don't really follow the theme we had of science fiction. But Gods of Egypt was only able to gross $31 million domestically being in the US, but $35 million in China. And then The Mummy only grossed $80 million domestically. This is the one with Tom Cruise, and $91 million in China. These are actually very important distinctions because most often the international market, no single player in the international market is able to gross more than the United States if it's a United States produced and centered film. In this case, we see that both Gods of Egypt and The Mummy have Egyptian themes and are able to be released in China to a much greater success than in the United States. I think there's a number of reasons for that, but one of the most important things is soft power. Soft power is very different than hard power, which is more military power, but soft power is positive reinforcement and attraction. The concept that a lot of people use when they describe soft power is panda diplomacy. And this applies to international zoos as well, but is typically referred to with San Francisco. But China will often lend pandas out to American zoos due to their cultural and financial pull. So often these zoos will be stronger because they have a panda and will attract much more money and income. So China is able to lend out these pandas in sort of a lease program. And what that does is they're allowed to sort of encourage Chinese business growth in that region. Egypt is very useful in a soft power perspective. They're able to leverage quite a lot of soft power over other countries because of the film industry and because of tourism as well, but mostly because of the film industry currently. The soft power is often filmed through cultural landmarks such as the pyramid and the Sphinx. Discussions of ancient mummies as well will often be seen in movies, which often will involve some sort of Egyptian influence and Egyptian say. The government will often play a role in setting up these individuals in Western countries to come over and film in their country. So soft power is sort of a sense of cultural security where it's the boosting of one's own positive stance in an international frame or stage. And in this case, you can see that in Egypt where cultures are shown and distributed through Egypt and will do better because they are shown and because other people see that and want to also film there. In the case of China as well, some places and some film industries will actually go in and have specific benefits and rules that they can have if they film in that location. Egypt follows this policy as well, where if you use the pyramids, there's a nice little bonus that they get within the advertising and marketing financial aspect where they receive a cut of the film. Additionally, it promotes a citizen-based development of these relationships, which is a much stronger relationship than if two countries were solely being met by their leaders, as in the case with many countries currently, especially in the Middle East and in Asia. Importantly to China, and especially with these science fiction movies that we're looking at, China really depends on Egypt for its European trade, especially with the Suez Canal. I know a lot of us have heard about the Suez Canal this year because of the Ever Given. The Ever Given was a south to north boat, which is important only in that I'm going to be discussing north and south trade and south and north trade and sort of trying to distinguish that. China depends on Egypt to give them access to the Suez Canal and benefits for using the Suez Canal. And additionally, a 2010 economic study found that Egypt was actually under trading with China. What that means is that Egypt wasn't actually trading quite as much capital with China as China was trading with it. This is the country as a whole. But the destinations of north to south trade, which would be from European and other countries going through the Suez Canal south, they're mostly transported to the Red Sea, which is what the Suez Canal feeds directly into. But then the Far East and the Southeast Asia regions, as designated by the Suez Canal, people, there's not really a better way to say that. Those are the regions that are also traded quite heavily, with the Red Sea being the most. By contrast, mostly the trade from south to north, which is places from the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean trading into Europe, will often come from Southeast Asia, with it being the top. Additionally, the South China Post in a 2019 article has discussed that China has actually invested billions into Egyptian projects, which includes levels of the Suez Canal. So there's actually an encouragement of these science fiction films that look at Egypt to sort of focus on the usefulness of the Suez Canal and for China to want to have a positive relationship with them. As you can see, these are the cargo tons used, and Southeast Asia is a predominant factor in both of these, specifically the north-south traffic origin, which implies the original location. As you can see, Southeast Asia, which includes China, includes a huge amount of the trade by ton. So further reading for this, in addition to what I've talked about here, first of all, the other people's videos in this conference do a really good job of describing some of the films that I've been discussing as well. A deeper dive on X-Men Apocalypse can be found in one of those. Blanking on the name currently because I'm a little nervous, but that's how it goes. Some of the things that I've been working on, these are some of the further readings. Hatab and et al. Exploring Egypt to China bilateral trade is where I found a lot of the information regarding the Suez Canal being used in a majority of these projects. And Cocos is where I sort of discovered the concept of soft power, which is expanded upon in an earlier article by Joseph Nye. And then finally, the monstrously feminine Orientalism embodied in 2017's The Mummy. While I wasn't able to directly use that in this discussion, it did allow me to form a basis of seeing Orientalism and the concept of Chinese values in Egyptian-focused movies. Obviously, The Mummy is not much a science fiction film as the rest of these, but still does a very good job of displaying Chinese values. That is about it for me. Thank you so much for being here for my discussion and presentation. This is something I'd like to further expand upon as well in discussion if need be, in questions. But thank you so much for letting me be here.
Lovely, thank you, Matt. What a fantastic and fascinating paper. And I like to smile gently to myself when I think about all of those wonderful Suez Canal memes that we had over the past year. It brightened up my day. I felt sorry for the poor guy who who crafted that boat. This is our most pre-recorded of the panels in this conference. So we have Matt's paper that we just heard. We also have the recordings of Nicola and Alessia's paper and Julia and Stacey's paper. What I'm going to do is I'm going to encourage people, if you have questions, to use that Q&A function, and I will get around to them. And in the meantime, what I'm going to do is give a proper introduction to our other speakers on this panel. So hopefully many of us will have already watched Nicola Reggiani and Alessia Bobo's paper, The Jed Order, A Case of Egyptian Symbolism in Science Fiction Movies. I'll introduce Nicola because he's here. Nicola Reggiani is Research Fellow of Papyrology at the University of Parma, where he's currently conducting projects related to the materiality of ancient Egyptian and Greek medical papyri and to the addition of unpublished papyri from Tebtunis. Am I pronouncing that right? Among his research focuses, he is interested also in the modern and contemporary reception of Egyptian wisdom. He published contributions about ancient Egyptian heritage in L.L. Zamenhof's Philosophy of Esperanto and about the Tuli Papyrus, a modern forgery dealing with alleged UFO sightings in ancient Egypt. So welcome, Nicola, and thank you for your paper. We also have with us Julia Trochet from Missouri State University and Stacey Davidson from Johnson County Community College, whose fantastic pre-recorded paper was entitled Luminous Beings Are We, Force Ghosts and Aku. Stacey is an Egyptologist and adjunct professor of history at Johnson County Community College in Overland Park. She established an Egyptology specialization in the continuing education department at JCCC to further her goal of making Egyptology accessible to any who wish to learn. She is a co-founder and first president of the American Research Center in Egypt, Missouri chapter, and also serves as the team lead of the Egyptology State of the Field project. And Julia holds a PhD in Egyptology, is assistant professor of ancient history at Missouri State University, and serves as co-founder and vice president of the American Research Center in Egypt, Missouri chapter. Her book, Death, Power, and Apotheosis in Ancient Egypt, The Old and Middle Kingdoms, will be published by Cornell University Press at the end of this year. Congratulations, Julia, that's fantastic. So do we have questions coming in for these papers? We have something from Campbell in the Q&A, who thanks Matt for an interesting paper. Interesting to see those numbers for movies in China. I wonder how they would compare to footfall for very popular Egypt-themed exhibitions compared to those on other topics. That's a really interesting comparison to draw. Matt, do you want to respond to that?
So I'm not entirely sure what you mean by the footfall, actually.
I think just numbers of people through the door.
Okay, gotcha. I heard football originally, and so I was kind of worried because I don't, I don't follow American soccer or, English football, and that was going to be a big problem for me. The Egyptian themed exhibition, I actually, that would be really fascinating to look at, especially with museums. I do wonder if you're able to tally the number of people from different countries that actually go and visit these, because especially with international museums like in Great Britain and otherwise, I'm not sure if that's the term I'm supposed to be using. The footfall of number of people going to those museums and exhibits from other countries might be really fascinating to study. I don't know if the number of Chinese tourists in London, for example, would be going to visit Egyptian cultural artifacts more often in London rather than United States citizens. So that actually might be a really fascinating population study to do if you want to see if there's any sort of other effect of Egyptian movie, sort of, I would call it propaganda at some level, being used in China with their citizens and their tourists. I hope that sort of answers the question.
Really interesting, because I think it speaks to a kind of a commodification. I know people who are museum professionals probably don't like to think about that, but like ticket sales and what drives funding for these kind of sectors, maybe there is a parallel.
Absolutely. Well, and the concept of Egypt mythology really digs deep in a lot of cultures too. I know I mentioned it in the Slack that we just posted in, but the United States does a good job of teaching their students about ancient Egypt and really focusing on that. And I'm sure other countries, I don't know much about the United Kingdom's sort of public and elementary school sort of style. I guess primary school is the term you all use. I don't know if you guys are drilling hard that concept of ancient Egypt in sort of the Mesopotamian region, but if you've grown up learning about ancient Egypt, I have a feeling that there's a level of you that wants to go and look at those artifacts when you go and visit museums. That might actually increase the footfall quite drastically, the fact that they've just solely been taught it through their history.
Absolutely. And also just chatting with Egyptologists I know as a non-Egyptologist, the number of people who come to become professional Egyptologists who have got into Egypt through watching movies and have watched a lot of Egyptologists in my generation seem to have watched The Mummy 1999 and thought, yep, time to find out more about this. And that is that springboard from the popular into the academic, which is quite a nice journey to witness. I wonder, because you mentioned education there, Matt, if I might turn to Stacey and Julia and ask them to talk a little bit more about that element of their paper, because you framed your paper beautifully in terms of the educational potential for sci-fi. And I wondered if you guys wanted to talk a little bit more about your experiences with that.
Sure. I guess I'll start and then Julia can take over. So I thought I would mention how we came about this topic. So I think it's something people might be interested in, like how did we decide to talk about Star Wars Force Ghosts with this somewhat obscure, if you're not a specialist, concept of the effective spirit in ancient Egyptian religion. And this actually came about from a casual conversation that we had. So I had been watching Star Wars and I was thinking about the mythology and the symbolism of the Force Ghost. And I knew that Julia was an expert in the Akh and the Akhu. So I wanted to ask her, what is similar and different about these concepts? What can we learn about each of them from talking to each other? And through that conversation, we ended up finding new avenues and new questions to ask about each of the different topics, which for us as researchers is amazing. And we also realized that we could use that as a teaching tool for our students, since some of these pop culture movies and TV shows are much more familiar to them than ancient Egyptian material.
Yeah, I'll add briefly. Some of this is, I'm always struggling to sort of connect with my students as well, right? So sometimes I mention something like the 1999 Mummy and no one's seen it. And so it's, you know, the stuff that might be sort of referential for me at this point is no longer always referential for my students. And so part of that is always trying to think about how we can engage with our students in ways that are more meaningful. And as was mentioned earlier in this discussion or in this panel, or earlier panels, excuse me, is like just making it fun, right? Like learning can be fun and that's okay. Fun learning is not antithetical to learning or even professional or academic sort of contexts. And we learn, there's a lot of sort of psychology and biochemistry that shows that we learn and retain information better when we can connect it to something we're already familiar with. And that's sort of how we experience the world, as we sort of look at, we have a base level of understanding of what, you know, a chair is. And then when we see a chair that looks a little different, we're not relearning what a chair is, we're just sort of understanding the differences. And so if we can teach ancient history in a way that connects to something people are already connected to and have familiarity with and investment in, then hopefully that will help them learn the information better and retain it longer. But I think there's always a struggle. And Ellie, as you mentioned, so many of us, you know, went to a museum and saw mummies on display or watched a movie like the 1999 Brendan Fraser mummy movie. And then we got into Egyptology. And I always try to teach and talk about how complicated and potentially problematic that also is, right? And so, you know, bodies on display, bodies, mummified remains removed from their context, taken from their tombs and their homes for eternity, movies that whitewash ancient Egypt that were, you know, as has been discussed, or pull it out of its African context. And so I'm always trying to sort of struggle to reconcile my love of sci-fi, of Stargate. I own all 10 seasons on DVD, right? And with the sort of problems of that. And I think that's something like horror as a genre is also dealing with shows like Lovecraft Country are sort of exploring. And so I think it's always important when we're teaching and using sci-fi to teach, to always remember, I'm not saying, and I don't think Stacy is either, that we take this wholesale, right? But we always have to contextualize it really carefully. And that's why it's done in the classroom, so we can guide students and we can have difficult conversations along the way.
I think that's so important. And I like the sensitivity of those conversations. And, you know, I think there is something in that connection between the British education system. I've had handily a really useful comment from the chat posted about how in British education, one of the things in the Key Stage 2 curriculum, which is quite young kids, they do the Greeks, the Romans, and the Egyptians. And the thing that is always focused on is the gory details of mummification, the brain out through the nose, people make their own canopic jars. And I think it exposes kids to a very kind of sensationalist, gory, death focused, almost horror, cartoon horror Egypt. And then I think it's that later stages where you get to build the nuance and say, okay, you may have seen this in films, but you might also read about this, or this is what's been done differently or incorrectly historically, and use that as a teachable moment, I guess. But that's really interesting. Thank you so much. Any other questions that we have going on? I know there's some stuff that I've saved from Slack earlier to make sure that we're getting around to everyone's comments. There was actually something on YouTube which somebody posted about Nicola and Alessia's paper. And there was actually quite a long comment, but I thought it was super interesting, so I'm gonna share it, and I'm gonna let you respond to it, Nicola. Firstly, they said thank you for sharing. This has gotten me thinking about how we contextualize ancient Egyptian cultures in a modern context. And one noticeable thing is how Egyptian-styled architecture is often used to depict evil or antagonistic players in a story. So in Star Wars, although both the good Jedi and the evil Sith have some Egyptian influences, Jedi culture seems most influenced by Indian or Eastern religions, while the ancient Sith culture uses recognizably Egyptian cultural markers. So pyramid structures, obelisks, Valley of the Kings style tombs. Same with Stargate. So why is ancient Egypt evil? Is it something to do with Abrahamic religions, where Pharaoh is the antagonist, or is it Egyptian architecture's minimalism, colossal size, or mystery, and therefore understood to represent the megalomania of the Pharaoh? Quite a long one, but what do you think, Nicola?
That's a good question. Indeed, I didn't think about this aspect. Why Egypt is? I would say I don't know. It's perhaps something which has to do, I don't know, with the difference between our modern civilization and Egypt as a past civilization, perhaps. So perhaps there is a contrast between just the past and the present, or the past and the future. And the past is Egypt, because Egypt is famous and raises surprise and interest since ancient Greece up to modern times. I don't know. Yeah, it's an interesting point.
It's a tough question, isn't it? I was wondering, and this is me as a non-Egyptologist, drawing lines between things that are definitely the non-expert perspective, but whether there's a connection between Sith and Seth as, you know, both kind of evil or kind of chaotic entities. Both. And maybe, yeah, if the Jedi come from Jed and that represents Osiris as like the good guy, maybe there is that kind of good and evil binary going on. But yeah, a very interesting question, and it's great to see people on YouTube really enjoying your paper. We have a question from Kiara for Matt. She says, brilliant presentations all around. Matt, I found really interesting how much the Chinese market has been the target of several movies featuring Egypt. Do you think that may have influenced, at least partly, the start of Chinese archaeological excavations in Egypt, which only started 3 years ago?
I think that's definitely a part of it. I think the big problem, though, with kind of attributing that specifically to that is that a lot of these Chinese movies or Chinese-focused movies that feature Egypt do have a history beyond that 3 years, and it might Hold on. I might have misread the question, actually. Wonder how they compare. So, oh, okay. Sorry, I thought that you mentioned that the excavations might have influenced the presence of the movies. Apologies, I did that the wrong way. Yes, I think that the Egyptian movies definitely influenced China to actually go over and begin doing their excavations in Egypt. I think that might also be part of the push to sort of contribute money and put money into Egypt from China, because those archaeological expeditions do contribute to Egypt's culture, and finding new artifacts always helps Egypt out with its global stage presence, especially if those artifacts are powerful or prevalent, or do a good job of describing ancient Egyptian history. So I think that those movies probably helped at some level, but I think they also the exhibitions might just be another part of the symptom of China really wanting to help Egypt out for access to the Suez Canal and additional access to that trade route.
That's super interesting, though, the politics behind the pop culture and behind the excavations. That's really interesting. We have some very interesting and complimentary comments about Egypt and evil. So Stuart Tyson-Smith, our keynote for tomorrow, has said that the connection of Egypt with villains has a lot to do with tropes from Orientalism, as he's going to talk about tomorrow. Egypt is attractive, sensual, but violent and barbaric. Yeah, I totally see that. And Martin has put something similar, whether the evil has roots in othering and Orientalism. Egypt is different from modern human experience and therefore distanced from the norm. Definitely, because the Jedi are mostly like white guys who look like, you know, Ewan McGregor, the ultimate in nice white guy. Cool. Chiara says, thanks, Matt. Also, fun fact, the Transformers movie was partly shot in the Temple of Karnak, and with that budget, they were able to 3D scan to a super high resolution massive architectural elements in just a couple of days to a degree that has not yet been achieved by the experts. That's really cool. And possibly also really useful for the experts, right? So useful for the movie industry, but also a really useful academic byproduct. So that's a nice way in which those are quite symbiotic processes, hopefully. Let's see, do we have any further questions, or are we all good? I think we may have covered everything.
We have all the questions, but perhaps we should stop for the next coffee break now, or do we have one other question?
I think we've covered everything in the chat Q&A box. I think we've got everything from YouTube.
So there is one question that if we have time, perhaps I could ask. This comes from an earlier panel, but I think it is very relevant to this panel as well. So perhaps we could recycle that question now. And this question came from the YouTube audience. So thank you so much for sending those questions, everyone. So does the current perception of the ancient Near East and Egypt give a negative overview of accepted scholarship where the teachers actually have to spend more time relearning or helping the students relearn rather than actually teaching? So I guess basically what they're asking us is, well, you have already talked about the advantages of using science fiction in order to teach students. Are there also some disadvantages, and how do we deal with them?
I'll briefly just say yes. I think absolutely. And I'll not talk too long in case somebody else wants to jump in, but I think there's definitely a challenge in presenting a sort of false narrative and then having to go back and say, it's not quite like this. This is where it's different. This is where it's similar. And so it really has to be done carefully and very intentionally. And I think that's, kind of what I said before a little bit, but I want to reiterate that. I think this isn't something that you just sort of throw to your students and say, go watch and, what's similar and different. You really have to give them guidance, especially at lower levels where they're sort of being introduced to the concepts. And I wouldn't just probably do a whole movie. I would do a clip or something, like work with them through things, and just like you're reading a close examination of a primary source. You don't just give them a bunch of text and translation and say, figure it out. Like, it's really complicated, and you have to work and teach them how to read critically. And the same way, we need to teach them the skills to think of how to watch critically and how to use film and documentary and these other things in a critical light. And so I'll stop there and see if somebody else wants to add to that. But I think, yes, absolutely. It goes both ways for sure.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that very quickly. Besides our subject specialties, literally the whole point of what we do in our professions is to help people understand what they're reading and seeing, help them process, help them think critically. So I definitely would not pose that as you can only do one or the other. It does need to be integrated, and it can be done, as Julia said, with some guidance, and also just presenting questions or cases to get the discussion going, and then helping them through their thinking processes.
Lovely, thank you all so much. What a fantastic panel, and those papers went together beautifully as well. So thank you all for joining us. We are going to move on to another quick break to refresh coffee, tea, other beverages of choice. Some are questionable. I've heard cream soda is the beverage of choice for some of our speakers or attendees today. What we are going to do is we are going to take probably about 8 or so minutes, and then we are going to come back refreshed and ready for the final panel of the day. So I'm going to let you guys get off, stretch your legs, and then we will resume activities after that.
speakers for this panel now, and perhaps we can get started, shall we, Ellie?
Let's do it.
Excellent. So thank you everyone for being here. This is the last panel of the day. As a reminder, we have the second day of the conference tomorrow when we will have 4 other panels plus a keynote lecture. But today we will finish with this panel, which is on music and performance. We're incredibly lucky to have been joined today by these 3 wonderful speakers. And I will introduce them to you. And first, we have 2 live sessions, one by Professor Rita Lucarelli, then we have Dr. Daniel Soliman, and then we have Kofi Oduro and Mohammad Tarqui, who will be presenting a piece of performance. But perhaps we can get started with Rita. Are you ready to start? So yeah, well, I will introduce her, although she will probably need no introduction, but she is the assistant professor at the, associate professor at the University of UC Berkeley, and she's also an associate faculty curator at the Phoebe Hutz Museum of Anthropology at the University of California, Berkeley. She's also fellow of the Digital Humanities in Berkeley. And she's now working at a very interesting project that's aiming at realizing 3D models of ancient Egyptian coffins. And the magical spells that decorate those objects are taken as a case study in order to investigate the materiality of the text in relation to the ancient Egyptian funerary literature. And Rita is also completing a monograph now on demonology in ancient Egypt, and she's one of the coordinators of the Ancient Egyptian Demonology Project. And I know she also has an interest in music and performance, and I'm delighted that she's going to be talking to us today about Sandra, a ship voyage, the ancient Egyptian religion and inspiration in the life and music of Sandra, and the Astro Intergalactic Infinity Orchestrata. Sorry, I probably butchered that, but perhaps we can get started. Thank you, Rita.
Thank you for this kind presentation. Happy to be here with all of you, and I'll share now my screen. And so ancient and futuristic. These 2 terms are probably those more fully describing sunrise, figure, and music. I've decided to present on Sanra for this conference since its philosophy and music are based on the same concepts defining sci-fi in arts and literature: time travel, parallel universes, extraterrestrial life, and advanced futuristic technology. In his art and performances, he mixed all of that with motifs and symbols taken from ancient traditions, and in particular from the ancient Egyptian solar religion. On paper, he was born and raised in Birmingham, Alabama on May 22, 1914, a Gemini with the name of Herman Paul Blount, and the name Herman was inspired by Black Herman, the most prominent African-American magician of the time, who claimed to descend from Moses and be able to raise the dead. He was also a political activist associated to Black nationalists such as Marcus Garvey, with the mission to promote Black power using occult magic. Alabama remained a place of racist struggles until the 60s. The photographer Colin Jones has been documenting it through black and white photos. Here you see a couple of them. While in 1963, Martin Luther King had written from the city's jailhouse, Birmingham is probably the most thoroughly segregated city in the United States. Its ugly record of brutality is widely known. So this was the terrestrial setting when Sanra was born, raised, and also Birmingham is where he returned to live with his sister during the last years of his life, and where he died in 1993. He was buried indeed in Birmingham in the Elmwood Cemetery. Around the first years of the 50s, Herman Blount decided to rewrite his biography, erasing basically all the dates and events from his past. When interviewed, as you can read in John Sved's excellent biography, Space is the Place, he will claim sometimes not to have a mother, or he will say that he comes from Saturn. Me and time never got along so good. We just sort or ignore each other. I came from somewhere else. I'm not a human. I never called anybody mother. I separated myself from everything that in general you call life. I've abandoned the habitual, and my previous life is of no significance anymore for me. This is still from the same book. It's by erasing his terrestrial life and finding his true self in a myth dimension that he will call the astro-black mythology that the musician, philosopher, mystic Sun Ra becomes an Afrofuturist and Egyptophile at the same time. Astro-black mythology, a term also used by Graham Locke in the book Bluetopia, refers to both a mythic past and a mythic future for African Americans, incarnating the duality of the astro, outer space future, and black ancient Egyptian past. Although at first sight the astro-black mythology can appear as pure sci-fi, it's based on a real cultural context, that one of the avant-garde musicians in the Black America of the 50s. The lyrics of Astro Black are really great, and I hope we can listen. Sorry, I think I went too fast with the, okay, I'll try again just to listen.
Astro, timeless immortality. Astro thoughts in mystic sound. Astro black of outer space. Astro natural darkness stars. Astro reach beyond the stars.
To give you just an idea of the music, of the lyrics, beautiful lyrics, out to endlessness continues in the song. And principles such as mythology, mortality, the endlessness of the sky and the stars are powerful references to celestial religions and African cosmologies. For millennia, the sun, moon, and stars have been looked at as deities in ancient and modern polytheistic religions. They've been the source of inspiration for understanding and counting time, for divination, and for myths of creation. From the Yoruba people of Nigeria's divination instruments to contemporary art, the cosmos has inspired thousands of African artists. Particularly appealing among the various African religious beliefs is the cosmology of the Yoruba people from Nigeria, which is very popular also in Afrocentrist, Afrofuturist circles. Also today can be found represented on many objects like wooden bowls, other lidded vessels like this one in the photo, whose top symbolized the heaven and the spirit world, and the bottom stands in for the physical world of earth deities and humans. The divine figure of Shango is also very important, the Orisha of thunder and lightning, a spirit between man and the divine. Many ritual tools like this one are used also today to evoke him. Sky and earth are closely connected in ancient and modern African religions in order for the cycle of life and death to continue endlessly. It is especially ancient Egypt that stimulates African American musicians and artists like Sun Ra because of the solar mythology and arts. Solar symbols in the art of ancient Egypt are numerous, from scarabs in the form of dung beetles, pushing the sun disk across the sky, like here, to the baboons associated with the sun because they call out or bark at the sun at sunrise, aiding Ra on his journey, like on this relief panel showing two baboons offering the Wejatile to the sun god Khepri, who holds the underworld Duat sign. Also, the Amarna art, where the sun becomes the disk, the aton, which Sun Ra uses in many vinyl covers, as well as a costume accessory for his performances. And see how in this photo of him, this photo recalls, for instance, a fragment of a relief depicting the royal cartouche of Akhenaton. And Sun Ra was an avid reader of books on ancient Egyptian religion and spirituality, starting from when he moved to South Side in Chicago in the early 50s, one of the few places where Black people could live more at ease, although always segregated. That's where he also started his career as an avant-garde jazz musician, had his first mystic visions, like when he wrote in his diary that he had a dream in which he was summoned by robed figures who had transported him through a narrow beam of light until they all reached their destination, the planet Jupiter. The idea of space and cosmos and of aliens taking him there and then back to the Earth become prominent in his art and music, also influenced by his friendship with a very peculiar local mystic man and intellectual, Alton Abraham. According to John Sweat's seminal biography, already mentioned, Space is the Place, Abraham was philosophical by nature, serious and scholarly, with a deep interest in science, metaphysics, and Bible scholarship. He clicked with Sarah, who at the time was still going by the name Sonny, and the two quickly became inseparable. Together, they visited bookstores in Chicago, Woodlawn, and Hyde Park, looking for new means to advance their own esoteric learning. They studied numerology, Egyptology, astrology, astronomy. They started sermonizing in Washington Park. Abraham was also a musician himself, and soon he became Sun Ra's manager and promoter. Together, they founded El Saturn Records, an independently owned record label dedicated to recording and distributing Sun Ra's music. Yet Abraham and Sun Ra's partnership continued to build a movement that went beyond just music. Together, they continued to develop a pan-religious ideology, and as Svets tells it, they talked to whoever would listen, argued over matters of ultimate concern with other groups who met there, communist, fundamentalist religious groups of every type. And as quoted also in the same book, Abraham recalled that those who critiqued the quasi-messianic duo said, next you'll be saying you're gods. We replied, we were gods in the making. Abraham also put together a massive collection of Sun Ra's records, manuscripts that are today part of an archive, the Alton Abraham Collection, a subset of the Chicago Jazz Archive, which is a main source of information for understanding Sun Ra's philosophy. And the album We Traveled the Spaceways was recorded by Sun Ra and his mid-science orchestra, mostly between 1951 and 1960 in Chicago, although then released in 1967 on Sun Ra's own label, Saturn. And they used also a toy robot for the mechanical sounds at the end of the title track, where it is said, we traveled the spaceways from planet to planet. Again, just listen to the very beginning to have an idea of the music, though I will keep it short since we don't have much time. Let's see if this works. You can continue listen to the old song on YouTube as well. But let's continue by saying that it's in Chicago that with Alton, Sun Ra creates the TMEI research, a secret society and publishing house for Black counter knowledge incommensurable with conventional academic learning, as they say. The aim of this society was to create a new mythology for disenfranchised Black Americans. The Judeo-Christian thought and history were now considered too modern and too white. TMEI was looking for something more ancient, and so source material coming from Egypt, the world's first civilization, in a mix with other ancient traditions, were used to create an alternative tradition of greater force and promise gleaned from the combined mystical traditions of Egyptology, theosophy, numerology, and others among the occult, as Paul Youngquist writes in his book, A Pure Solar World, the Sun Ra and the Birth of Afrofuturism. TMEI could provide the intellectual frame for an alternate reality that stands on hope and beauty and rejects segregation and oppression. They will forge political resistance, Youngquist writes, from a slag heap of beliefs deemed irrational, obsolete, or just plain crackpot by Western religion, philosophy, and science. But where the name TMEI comes from, it was actually taken from early Egyptological books, such as Wilkinson's Manners and Custom of the Ancient Egyptians, where many names of Egyptian deities were read and transcribed in Coptic, such as Maat, the goddess of justice and truth, mentioned as TMEI and associated to the Greek goddess Themis. So the ancient character of TMEI fits the aim of Sun Ra's and Alton society, promoting justice in the segregated area of South Side Chicago and the US in general. This is an important phase of Sun Ra's life when he decided to respond to the unjust and brutally segregated world of mid-20th century America, not through violent or political fight, but through culture, music, poetry, arts, in order to imagine an alternative present and future to an oppressive reality. Sun Ra was a visionary, and I can imagine him and Alton looking at plates like this one with images of Egyptian deities in the Hall of Truth taken from temple reliefs, finding the needed inspiration for tireless improved life on planet Earth, challenging listeners everywhere to heed a simple call to joy, as he claimed. It is not clear, also not from the available biographical studies on Sun Ra, if the Black Islamic movements, such as the Nation of Islam, accepted the pantheistic utopian vision of Sun Ra's Neo-Egypt, or what the Black Church also taught about a religion that rejected Jesus Christ. These are questions indeed that I like to explore and answer later on in order also to better understand the history of reception of ancient Egypt in Black America, a topic I'm working on since recently. Today, instead, I will conclude my presentation by mentioning the important role that Sun Ra had as a pioneer of a fascinating current of thought, already mentioned, called Afrofuturism, and the role that ancient Egypt played in it. I will let my colleague Daniel Soliman to talk more extensively about Afrofuturistic music, while I will just mention here that the pioneers' work of Sun Ra on Afrofuturism was meant to help Black Americans of the 50s to see their situation clearly, imagine a fairer world, and get there through ethereal, graceful aspirations. In other words, Sun Ra wanted to free their imagination. In one among his many beautiful poems, Imagination, indeed recited in 1968 in the recording Somewhere There, he wrote, "Imagination is a magic carpet upon which we may soar to distant lands and climes, and even go beyond the moon, to any planet in the sky. If we came from nowhere here, why can't we go somewhere there?" Coined by cultural critic Mark Dera in an essay called Black to the Future, Afrofuturism draws together elements of astral jazz, African-American sci-fi, psychedelic hip-hop into an all-encompassing philosophy, imagining alternative visions of tomorrow. Natasha Womack, a prominent exponent of Afrofuturism, defines the movement as an intersection between Black culture, technology, liberation, and imagination, with some mysticism thrown in too. It can be expressed through film, it can be expressed through art, literature and music. It's a way of bridging the future and the past, and essentially helping to reimagine the experience of people of color. And I've been quoting here also Womack. Sanra's attraction to Egypt was intimately related to the idea formed after reading many Afrocentric books, such as The Stolen Legacy, 1954 by George James, arguing that Greek philosophy and religion originated in ancient Egypt. He learned that the ancient world, and Egypt in particular, was less a place than a myth. White people made claims on it for themselves through scholarship, since, as Red wrote, the Negroes had long been a threatening force. They raised a cipher that needed to be explained away in order to sustain white people's claims to the ancient world. It was a competing mythology which white people had to once suppress and demonize. It was another history of the world, history of the universe, really, that needed to be discovered, and one which the right person might discover, a person whose heart was pure and whose sincerity was unquestioned. And that was him, Sanra, and similar to the sun god from ancient Egypt, he had the following, namely the band known as the Orchestra or Solar Myth Orchestra, Astro Infinity Orchestra, Intergalactic Solar Orchestra, Cosmo Love Orchestra. There were numerous names given to his band. It features the saxophonist Marshall Allen, John Gilmore, Pat Patrick, among others, with whom Sanra moved to New York in the 70s and become known for wearing elaborate costumes inspired to ancient Egypt, but with futuristic elements too. They traveled and played in Egypt, and you can find recordings of those travel and concerts. We have time, so I'm concluding anyway. They play with him and still play today a visionary music. They are their legacy, keeping exploring the universe with electronic keyboards and horns, aligning the history of ancient Egypt with the vision of a future human exodus beyond the stars, as recently written in a beautiful article issued by the New Yorker, June 28, 2021. And they continued the teaching of Sanra, who has been lecturing even at UC Berkeley in the 70s, using in his course, among other texts, also the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. And together with Daniel Soliman, who will talk after me, we were lucky enough to organize an interview with Marshall Allen and Noel Ra of the orchestra, which will be part of an exhibition in Leiden on music from the African diaspora. Daniel will tell you all about it. I was particularly impressed by the way they answered our question on how you felt when you visited Egypt the first time. And Noel Ram, here in the photo on the right, answered, it was like going back home and finding out that someone else is living there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you so much for that presentation. That was so interesting, and it obviously ties in so nicely with what Daniel is going to tell us all about. I want to remind everyone of the attendees and everyone who's watching on YouTube as well, that you can leave your questions on YouTube or also on the Q&A during the papers as well. So let's build up a stack of questions for when we get to the Q&A session later. So now we have Daniel here with us today, Daniel Soliman, and he's a curator of the Egyptian department of the National Museum of Antiquities in Leiden. I will not say it in Dutch. I won't butcher it. I will leave you to that. And he obtained his PhD in Egyptology at Leiden University in 2016, and he worked as a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Copenhagen as well. In 2018 to 2019, he was lead curator at the British Museum Circulating Artifacts project that many of us will probably have heard about. And currently he's preparing an exhibition on ancient Egyptian culture in music from the African diaspora. And this exhibition is going to be opening up in April 2022. So we're going to have like a preview of some of the things that are going to be shown in that exhibition. Another thing that I want to emphasize is that Daniel has very kindly created a Spotify list that goes with his presentation. So I'm going to pop the link to that Spotify list on the chat box. You also will have it on Slack. So if you want to listen to some music in the background while he's presenting, feel free to do so. But I'm sure he will say a few more words about that list and about the music that comes in that list during his presentation. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Yeah, thank you so much for this introduction. Can you hear me well? All right, excellent. Okay. So a big thanks to the organizers. Thank you, Rita, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you all for listening in. Well, as mentioned, indeed, there is a Spotify playlist. First of all, can you see my slides? Is it moving along? Oh yeah, here we go. I think, yeah.
Yes, we can see it, Daniel.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. Yeah, so whenever I'll mention a particular song, I'll show the Spotify symbol, the Spotify logo, and a particular number, so that if you'd like, in the background, you can look up the song and listen to it. Up to you. Furthermore, I want to point out that in this talk, I draw extensively from the following works on Afrofuturistic music, which I can highly recommend. Okay, so in the preceding paper by Rita Lucarelli, we have been introduced to Afrofuturism and to Sun Ra, a musician who can be seen as one of the founders of Afrofuturistic music. And in this talk, I will discuss generations that came after Sun Ra, his artistic inheritors and other children of the Harpy, if you will. And here I will focus on music created in an African American context. This corpus is vast, and I could never do justice to it in this short talk. But as mentioned by Lara and by Rita, there will be an exhibition in the Rijksmuseum van Oudheden in Leiden, the National Museum of Antiquities, which actually is scheduled for 2023. COVID has shifted our schedule. So this subject, I think, really deserves more attention that it has received so far from Egyptologists. And today, let's focus on Afrofuturistic music that engages with ancient Egypt and Nubia. Afrofuturistic expressions are works of art by individuals in the African diasporas. Afrofuturistic art is a refusal to define the past by the tragedies of slavery or by the Middle Passage. It recontextualizes or reimagines the past, be it glorious or traumatic, with the urgency of the present to change the future. Afrofuturistic narratives are counter-narratives, political interventions in collective normative memory. Therefore, it is often rooted, as already mentioned, in Afrocentrism, a response to Eurocentric politics and scholarship. Afrofuturists argue that the way we understand the past or normative history is inherently political because it is produced and sustained by institutions like museums and universities. From the Afrofuturistic perspective, the ways in which futures are created and imagined are just as political. Mainstream imaginations of the future have been predominantly white. Afrofuturists therefore want to claim futures so they may be invested in. And to this end, Afrofuturistic counter-narratives reimagine the past to alter the future. Afrofuturist art has a particular interest in the ancient history of the African continent, in its art, its science, its knowledge, its mythologies, and its spirituality. Especially the cultures of ancient Egypt and Nubia have been sources of inspiration, in part because these histories have been extensively studied, but also because so many striking traces of this African past are still to be seen today. Ancient Egypt is interpreted as a quote-unquote high civilization with inexplicable technologies and mythologies that, civilizations that created pyramids. Ancient Egypt is therefore transformed into new technologies and mythologies to replace Hellenistic and Enlightenment philosophies. Egyptian mythology and spirituality lend themselves well for Afrofuturistic fiction, as illustrated by Rita. Sun Ra connected Egyptian solar mythology to the cosmos and interplanetary travel and transformed himself into a technologically advanced Afrocentric pharaoh from outer space. Many Afrofuturistic musicians after him incorporated ancient Egyptian and Nubian aspects in their music and everything related to it, including performances and album art and music videos. The history of slavery leads Afrofuturistic artists to wonder what it means to have a Black body. If the racism of Enlightenment Europe denied Black subjects their humanity, the boundaries between Black bodies and robots become blurred. Enslaved people and robots become analogous, both condemned to forced labor. Afrofuturism sometimes subverts this narrative. Artists like Erykah Badu and the Egyptian Lover depict themselves as metallic robots, but adorned with a Nemes crown and with Egyptian hieroglyphs, Egyptian Ankh signs. These robots embody several layers of time. Afrofuturism also explores the question of double consciousness in the Black experience. Double consciousness, a concept developed by W.E.B. Du Bois, describes the internal conflict of individuals in subordinate groups who feel compelled to continuously look at themselves through the eyes of the oppressing group. Afrofuturists may claim that in this context, the African diaspora is intimately acquainted with alien life. Ancestors were enslaved and abducted by aliens and transferred to a new world where later generations live in a society that treats them as aliens. So again, Afrofuturist art may embrace and subvert these ideas, as we have seen with Sun Ra. Between 2008 and 2019, hip-hop producer and DJ Ross G mirrored Sun Ra's approach. On the cover of his album, Back on the Planet, he is depicted as a technological space pharaoh. But also in the 1996 music video of the Outkast song Elevators, the concept of Egyptian aliens is elaborated. On a red version of Planet Earth, a community is led through the jungle by Outkast's Andre 3000 and Big Boy. But these scenes are revealed to be a sequence in a comic book story called 80 Aliens, the Outkast Encounter. The community is chased by military men and by men in hazmat suits, and through their scanning devices, we see that Outkast and their group are actually aliens with elongated skulls and huge oval eyes. The community flees and reaches a clearing in the jungle. Andre 3000 and Big Boy look into the distance and see a green landscape with ancient Egyptian pyramids. The community begins to rejoice and starts to run towards the pyramids where other aliens are scattered. Outcasts have found their home in an alien society that built pyramids in a scene that echoes Sun Ra's mission to establish a better life on another planet. Afrofuturistic explorations of ancient Egypt are, at least in name and intention, post-colonial and opposed to Eurocentric perspectives. So on a theoretical level, they are relevant to all students of Egyptology. In spirit of Afrocentrism, Afrofuturistic art often avoids Greek and Latin nomenclature that is prevalent in Western Egyptology in favor of more or less indigenous words. So the this Afrofuturistic preference for Egyptian terms aims to bypass the colonial and Eurocentric aspects of the field of Egyptology that adopted and applied words names and toponyms from the Hellenistic tradition. For example, many Afrofuturists reject the word Egypt, the Hellenistic designation of the country, and instead use the word Kemet from an ancient Egyptian word for Egypt. On the Gospel of the God spell, Ras-G refers to the triad of Osiris, Isis, and Horus by forms of their names derived from ancient Egyptian writing, Ausa, Auset, and Heru. Similarly, the Loni Plexico group created a song called Techenu, the Egyptian word for obelisk. Sun Ra problematized the theories and concepts on which Western thought and traditions are based, including Egyptological scholarship. He rejected the division between myth and science, both Western inventions to his mind. In this regard, Itasha Womack points out that many African cultures traditionally did not distinguish between science, myth, and art. Afrofuturism emphasizes that the scientific method is not as universal as we tend to believe. And this reminds us that research related to ancient Egypt and the dissemination of the results are, by its very nature, speculative. This is particularly evident when we reconstruct desolate temple landscapes, conjure up images of individuals who were embalmed after death, or claim to force sounds out of a diseased body. Even the way Egyptologists dress and present themselves shows us that the lines between Egyptology and fiction can be very fuzzy. Afrofuturism forces us to reflect on Egyptology's contribution to the production of speculative art. Eric Steinskog highlights the Afrofuturistic concern with time by citing George Orwell's 1984, who controls the past, controls the future, who controls the present, controls the past. And Steinskog continues, if controlling the future is dependent upon controlling the past, then obviously the futurism at stake in Afrofuturism is also about the history of the world, a history that can be understood as source material for the future. We see this in the opening of the album The Clones of Dr. Funkenstein by the funk band Parliament. In the prelude, they say that funk music is a prehistoric science that enables genetic engineering. Funk was planted in ancient Egypt by aliens and is used to shape new worlds. Afrofuturists adopt what they broadly call African cyclical concepts of time. Afrofuturist expressions then continuously negate time. Past, present, and the future are all part of the same cycle. And Steinskog cites Ras-G, quote, "You say futurists, I say timeless. Time encompasses everything, the past, the present, and the future," end quote. This view on time liberates one from traumatic pasts and allows for limitless futures. The music video of Snoop Dogg's 2015 song California Roll also collapses time. The song brings together musicians and genres of two different generations. The video transports an audience in 1946 into a future that blends the 1940s, a distant future, and ancient Egypt. Similarly, the cover of an album by the Egyptian Lover entitled 1986 combines the 1980s with ancient Egyptian pyramids and a futuristic spacecraft. But I want to return to the notion of cyclical time, a concept familiar to Egyptologists as it existed in ancient Egypt as well, in the form of neheh, cyclical time related to the cycle of the rising and setting sun. And I want to argue here that in the music video of Erykah Badu's song, Didn't You Know, it can be read, I think, as an Afrofuturistic interpretation of Egyptian cyclical neheh time. Perhaps inspired by Sun Ra, the video seems to be centered on Egyptian solar mythology. The video opens with a beetle crawling through a desert landscape, in my mind representing the scarab-shaped god Khepri associated with the morning sun. And at the distant horizon, heavy smoke drifts away from a flickering light. A spacecraft seems to have landed, from which Erykah Badu appears in a futuristic outfit. She traverses the landscape, which, as is later revealed, contains circular marks and abstract patterns that look as if they were created from outer space. The sun has now risen and it permeates the landscapes. Erykah Badu and the sun are often seen in the same shot, and the image of the scarab is overlaid on her face. The sun then sets behind the mountains in a scene that is reminiscent of the Egyptian Akhet symbol. As the sun descends, Badu lies down to go to sleep while the moon rises. And at night, a lizard approaches her. I suppose the reptile is a representation of the snake Apep, the enemy of the sun god that threatens the solar bark on its nocturnal journey. But Badu remains unharmed, and with the rising of the sun the next morning, she wakes up as if reborn. At the end of the video, she emerges from a pool of water in the middle of the desert. Her skull is closely shaven, and the imagery seems to refer to the Egyptian deity Nefertem, closely related to the sun god Ra, who at the beginning of time emerges from Nun, the primeval waters. So the scene is perhaps a nod to the wooden sculpture from the tomb of Tutankhamun that shows Nefertem with the features of the king, in this case also with a closely shaven head. So how do Afrofuturistic concepts of colliding timelines and advanced technologies and space travel sound? Eric Steinskog has argued that bands such as Earth, Wind and Fire reimagine history by combining references to ancient Egypt, African instruments and technological innovations. Maurice White, the leader of the band, began to incorporate the kalimba into their music. This is an instrument traditionally used by the Shona people of Southern Africa. However, the kalimba used by Earth, Wind and Fire was electric, and therefore a reinterpretation of an ancient African sound. The band's soundscape thus fuses African traditions with technological innovation. In the 1980s, the Egyptian lover was a pioneer in electronic music using synthesizers, drum machines, and a robot voice. Technological innovation allowed the Egyptian lover to create a futuristic synthetic sound with electro beats and laser sound effects. The Afrofuturistic music presents a triumph of technology. It is empowering, but it does not dismiss the past. The music presents a sonic world where the human and the robotic overlap, while the futuristic is encased in an ancient Egyptian world. Much contemporary Afrofuturistic music is sample-based, allowing artists to make diachronic connections. Artists are able to defy linear understandings of time by producing music that sounds futuristic while sampling songs from various earlier periods. And here, Steinskogg's analysis of the track 42 Laws of Maat versus 10 Commandments by Ras G is an interesting case. The music can be read on a textual and on a sonic level. The reference to the 42 negative confessions of the Book of the Dead in the title of the track represent the ancient Egyptian tradition, here juxtaposed to the biblical tradition represented by the 10 Commandments. The track samples an old soul song that is rooted in the tradition of gospel music, signaling Christian religious thought. Simultaneously, the track is infused by a voice that shouts, "O Ras," referring to Ras G himself, who arguably embodies ancient Egypt. Like Sun Ra, his persona reflects an intimate relation to the ancient Egyptian culture. Through the sounds in the track, Ras G challenges the Western Christian tradition by contrasting it with ancient Egyptian thought. So I'll end here. If you are interested in this topic, keep an eye out for the exhibition that we are developing, where we hope to show you much more of these fascinating art forms. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Daniel. That was fascinating. Thank you so much. So we're going to go swiftly to the last contribution of this session. And this is by Kofi Aduro Muhammad Tarkik Jallo. So one of the things that Ellie and I thought when we put this the call for papers for this conference together is that we really wanted to invite creative practitioners and artists as well to come and join us at this conference. And we were really lucky that Kofi and Muhammad got in touch with us, and they told us that they were really interested in the conference, and they have actually created a performance piece for this conference that we're going to play. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce them to start with, and then we're going to try and play their recording of their piece, and then we're going to discuss with them, how they got inspired by ancient Egypt and why they sent us this specific piece for this conference. So yeah,
I just wanted to say, because I saw some of the comments on the video, is that there is an explanation to the madness. So what you're about to see, there is a reason behind everything. So yes, I just thought I should add that to the mix.
Thank you, Kofi. I will just say that Kofi Aduro, also known as Illustrator Preacher, he's a creative coder and an experience enhancer, and he merges an array of media to provide unique experiences that promote discussion, reflection, and interaction. He's got more than 10 years of performance experience, as well as event production and audiovisual output experience, and he takes inspiration from creative endeavors that are not normally put together to create a harmonic experience for audience and users alike. So, and also through videography and poetry and creative coding, what he tries to do is that he tries to highlight the realms of human performance and the human mind in different scenarios. He works together with Muhammad Tarkik Jallo, and again, apologies, I have just butchered his name, and he's a poet from Sierra Leone, and he's also a spoken word artist. He was very intrigued by words and from a very young age, and he's a co-founder of the Village Poetry Collective in Sierra Leone. He founded this in 2016 for young artists from Sierra Leone who were interested in the lingual arts. So you can read more about their biographies in the booklet for this conference that you can find on the website. And now we're going to try and play the recording. And I need to say that it contains some flashing images. So if some of you don't want to watch that, perhaps you can look away for just 5 minutes. It's a 5 minutes recording, and then we will go back to the discussion with them. So Ellie, are you ready for that?
Let's try it.
Excellent.
Many lands encompasses a traverse through this harsh wasteland. Covered by horror's grace, wild runs, show jogs on frolics. Not all seen is as it seems. Beams dim when Osiris agents present presence top floor nonetheless. The freshness of Nomali quench the thirst from horror's vex. Here resides a Manuan, a people left after the great clash, governed by God's west to north. Caught in a vice, heavy prices paid, remains laid, carcass displayed around outbounds. Invisible dome protect, props inspect, looking for a moment not to disrespect as all eyes are watching. The desert is prowling, deciding which crop it should be snatching, carry in batches while in styling to wander into the desert with the sand towards the eyes. Acting like a flirt, a pest that is blocking your line, hindering your ability to be alert. Wandering takes a lot of energy to exert. Covered by horror's grace, wild runs, show jogs on frolics, not all seen is as it seems. Beams dim when Osiris agents present presence top floor, nonetheless. The freshness of Nomali quench the thirst from horror's vex. Vast spread from end to end through barren grainy lands. Vast spread from end to end through barren grainy lands. Encompasses a traverse through this harsh waste. Vast spread from end to end through barren grainy lands. Encompasses a traverse.
Vast spread from end to end through barren grainy lands. Encompasses a traverse through this harsh wasteland. Covered by horrors, grief, wild rose, and soldiers.
Vast spread from end to end through barren grainy lands. Encompasses a traverse through this harsh wasteland. Covered by horror's grace, wild runs, show jogs on frolics. Not all seen is as it seems. Beams dim when Osiris agents present presence top floor. Vast spread from end to end through barren grainy lands. Encompasses a traverse through this harsh wasteland. Covered by horror's grace, wild runs, show jogs on frolics. Not all seen is as it seems. Beams dim when Osiris agents present presence top floor nonetheless. The freshness of normally quench the thirst from horror's vex. Here resides a Manuan, a people left after the great clash governed by God's west to north. Caught in a vice, heavy prices paid. Remains laid, carcass displayed around out mounds. Invisible dome protect, props inspect, looking for a moment not to disrespect as all eyes are watching. The desert is prowling, deciding which crop it should be snatching, carry in batches while in styling to wander into the desert. With the sand towards the eyes, acting like a flirt, a pest that is blocking your line, hindering your ability to be alert, wandering. Takes a lot of energy to exert. Covered by horror's race, wild runs, show jogs on frolics, not all seen is as it seems. Beams dim when Osiris agents present presence top floor. Nonetheless, the freshness of normally quench the thirst from horror's vex.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Everyone just got a glimpse there of all the true crime video content that's recommended for me. So thank you so much, Kofi, for submitting the file. It was a delight to watch it again. I've watched it a few times now. I'll hand back over to Laura.
Well, I will hand over to Kofi now. Kofi? Yes, you're muted.
Yeah, I have two screens, so I just like.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the inspiration behind this piece.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like read it out because someone, Rita actually asked me. So let me just read it, just because I think I did a good job on that.
Yes, you did.
Let me just reread.
You absolutely did. And for those of you who are perhaps watching on YouTube, the registered attendees have access to a Slack channel where there has been a bit of some chatter. And Rita was asking Kofi about his inspiration behind this piece, and he responded to her on that.
Yeah, so I'm just going to read it out. So first of all, some of the visuals is because there is research that the ancient Egyptians might have like done some like drugs and whatnot. But apart from drugs, like even if you're not drug induced, if you are thirsty, if you're fatigued, your mental state and physical state start to like, and especially since we have talked many times, right? The Egyptians, like they worship, like cats were worshipped as gods. That's why we have the cats thing, and they were very religious. So that's why there's like a very religious undertone in the poetry, because like we've seen it in like Judeo-Christian religions, right? Like the whole Abraham, Moses, and even Muhammad were all in the desert, right? Doesn't that also like similarities to like ancient Egypt, like to travel to another place. They didn't have cars or planes, so they had to go from east to west. So one thing we really wanted to focus on that is like that whole journey from going from Eastern Africa to Western Africa, because a lot of people when they think of like ancient Egypt, they only think about the Egypt part. But what if they were actually traveling? So, for example, you saw spiders in there. So, spiders is actually part of Ghanaian folklore from Anansi, the spider god. And the spider god, what was his tendency, his personality? It was the spider god of trickster. So, like, that's why you see a lot of colors and a lot of movement. Because if you're in the desert, the last thing you want to engage with is the god of trickster, because you know mirages, right? So we're playing with that notion that like a mirage can be a trick. Okay, some of the voices you're hearing might not be the real voice. And what else? Then you see floating objects, which are also artifacts, because as you know, like I have watched a lot of like Stargate, even if you watch like some anime like Yu-Gi-Oh, or even in the new John Wick, whenever you travel to like ancient Egyptian land, there's always an artifact or a master or someone that you're embodying. So that's where the floating objects are, like you are on a quest to get some stuff. And to make it futurism, all of the elements were coded. So the visuals, the sound, and the poetry were all manipulated in one way or another by different coding environments that are creatively. And just to like run off a list, as I explained, so for like the 3D models, I use Paint 3D, I use Kaleidoscope, use some video software. And for the music, I use this live coding language Sonic Pi, which is like you can live code and creative code. And then I use Hydra to mimic that grainy, sandy experience that you will expect in the desert. And yeah, that's pretty much what I did. And in terms of like inspiration, was really just to mix Eastern Africa Egyptian to like the Western Africa. And Mano is a river in Sierra Leone. So you know, like whenever you journey, you're trying to hit a river, right? Because that's the first thing you want to do when you're traveling. You try to drink water, right? Even if you're on a plane, as soon as you get off, you're trying to get a bottle of water. Most of the time it's expensive at the airports. So play with that like thing, like where do you get your source of water? What are you doing? And play with the punk element, because like I think someone mentioned earlier steampunk with like Africans. And then I was also thinking that you could also think about like the whole spirituality concept of Africa. If you ever watched League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, where like the main Sean Connery, where his characters actually technically cannot die because he's protected by the continent. So riff off some of those stuff, and then poetry is how we explain.
Thank you, Kofi. I think this is a fascinating way to end this panel, because you bring together many of the things that both Rita and Daniel have been talking about. Something that strikes me that has been like an underlying thread of all your presentations is this interaction of music, words, sound, and also image, and the way they play with different visual imagery from ancient Egypt. Could you talk a little bit more about that integration of music and a visual presentation of Egypt as well?
Oh, is that for everyone or for me personally?
That's for everyone, but if you want to get us started, Kofi, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think it really correlates with like what Rita was saying, and even what Daniel was saying. It's like when you take the whole Afrofuturism concept, you are, it's not only trying to make the history more true in a sense, but it's also that linear path of equation. Like if we use that as a starting point, how can a future become, right? Because there is no future without the present, but there is no present without the past. So if you look at it from like an Afrofuturistic lens, like the Snoop Dogg video, or those genres, those like, you know, Solar Ship Voyage, if you think about from that aspect, what stories, what ideas can we have? Do we necessarily have to travel to space to get these ideas? Can we just look at each other and gather? So that's what I think is like, from what everyone here is saying, through the lens of music and performance, is that if you change the scope of how you think, you bring new realities, and then you ask yourself new questions to reflect on.
Yes, and if I may add to this, thank you, Kofi. I really find what you say very inspiring. If I may add to that, for me, studying the music, for instance, of Sanra and other Afrofuturistic artists is not just about music, studying the music, but I've been fascinated actually by reading the lyrics and then find out that many of these artists are also poets, they are writers, they are painters. So their figures and their ideas are expressed in many ways. So, for instance, I don't know if you can see that, but Sanra wrote some beautiful poems beside the music, and I find that really great, and also give us more keys of understanding of their work.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, it's all very layered. I think it's all components of the same story. So for what I've been doing, we look at the way the music sounds, the lyrics, but also the performances, what people wear, accessories, dance, interviews, and it's all part of the same picture, I would say.
Absolutely. I want to encourage people to add questions to the Q&A or leave them on the Slack or also on the on YouTube to continue the conversation. But perhaps I can ask you something else meanwhile while more questions come through. And it's about, you have been telling us about all these connections and all these things that different artists take from ancient Egypt. What about the things that they choose not to take? What about the things that are left out?
I think, and this is something that you could critique Afrofuturism for. I think that it's often, not often, I mean, generally, it stays within the popular mainstream image of Egypt. But I mean, there's definitely many exceptions. There's several artists who really dive into the history and into the archaeology, right? So it depends, but I suppose in general there is a preference for the royal, for the monumental, as is Egyptology, right? It's very much a reflection of what we have been doing for 200 years, I think, and so. Much of the Afrofuturistic work that I've looked at is about royalty. Well, what about the rest of society, right? And royalty is not necessarily perhaps a model for an equality in a civilization, in a society. I mean, what else? Yeah, I don't know. I tend to look at what there is, not so much at what there isn't.
Yeah. Also brings to my mind another interview of Sanra I was reading where he compared ancient Egypt to the US and said how the US did not have such a great society as ancient Egypt had. And without mentioning that anyway, also in ancient Egypt, there was a lot of people suffering for the pharaohs to stay in place, right? So sometimes, but this is, I think, is not only in Afrofuturism, but in general, any time that we compare two societies, we simplify, right?
Absolutely. I think
we're.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going back to the discussion that we have in an earlier panel about authenticity. Are we looking for authenticity? No, we're looking for a representation and a reconstruction of those concepts and how they are used, reused, and given new meanings through these performances, and in this case, this music and these words. So, Ellie, am I missing any question? Do we have any questions from YouTube?
I can't see any from YouTube at the minute. I'll keep you posted.
So perhaps I could ask you another question if we have a couple of minutes. I thought that the discussion that we had in the previous panel about marketing and about the commercial success of some of the films would be an interesting one to bring into this session as well. So how successful is this music from a marketing point of view, and is that relevant? Because of course we tend to look at this music from a more symbolic and perhaps artistic point of view, but what about that more business-like, business-minded approach to the music? Is that something that you have looked into?
I don't know. I think there is certainly a wave of Afrofuturistic art at the minute. And if you want to talk about the business side of it, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is Black Panther, right? This is a huge movie, Marvel movie that has been described as Afrofuturistic, which, you know, one of the main components of the film is this panther goddess who is called Bast, after Bastet from ancient Egypt. Other than that, I think there is a whole lot. How popular it is, I think it kind of depends on who you ask. I think there is so much out there. If you look at the music scene alone, I mean, and not just in the United States. If I look at music from the Netherlands, just in January, an album came out by a big rapper here in the Netherlands, who uses Afrofuturistic aspects and references to Sun Ra in his music.
I think it's very popular because there is a whole movement and all that. Like there's this one artist who uses Legos. His name is I think Akao Namiko, and he just uses black Lego to build Afrofuturistic worlds. Like he builds Max, he builds cities just using black Lego, and he's been featured all over the world. And then I actually follow the more. It's one of those things that I actually have a book of where they made an anthology of Afrofuturism called Cosmic Underground of Afrofuturism. I might put it in the Slack or somewhere because I might be screwing up the name. But there are a lot of anthologies. There's a lot of people on social media, and it's one of those genres. But I guess every genre is like this, where if you are searching for it, you will find the more I dabble into Afrofuturism, the term, the more I realize there's so many films, there's so many things. And then once you know what to look for, you'll be like, oh, even though this is not an Afrofuturistic album, it has Afrofuturistic tendencies, like the Snoop Dogg. If you look at a lot of rap and R&B, there's always tidbits of the popularity. Well, like you said, it's usually spoken from a royalty viewpoint, which is also why to sort of segue that into my thing. That's why I like the journey aspect, because everyone goes on a journey. So I try to make it a journey that no matter who you are, it will go in, because sometimes you don't see yourself in royalty.
Yes, and if I may add to that very quickly, actually now Afrofuturism was born in the US, but is now global. And the author Nnedi Okorafor, who is very well-known, great writer of also sci-fi literature, prefers the term African futurism. There is an article where she explained why we should talk about African futurism and not Afrofuturism. So it's getting really interesting, and I would say really popular.
Absolutely. And I just, of course, there's also so much Afrofuturistic aspects to the work of Beyonce, for example, which is huge. And just to riff off of what Kofi just said, go back and watch Coming to America, right? The original film, which is in itself actually also Afrofuturistic, with some Egyptian elements, in fact, in it. And this whole imagined kingdom in Africa, and then a prince going to New York of course to Queens to find his queen. If you look at it, rewatch it again, and point out the Egyptian aspects in it. There's several in it.
Absolutely. Sometimes you find things when you're looking for them, and you realize that they are there very much so. So Ellie, do we have any other questions coming through, or should we finish the panel for the day?
Few questions, but many thanks and appreciative comments from people about the papers and also about the performance piece. So everyone is very much enjoying this conversation, I think.
Excellent. So it's great to see that this is just the start of the conversation, because as we have already mentioned, at the Museum in Leiden, there will be an exhibition coming up, not next year, but the year after, But we're all very much looking forward to that, and let this be the first one of many, many more lectures to come on this topic. And I don't. So perhaps, Ellie, we can finish the session or the day, and yeah, tell all. Well, thank you to all speakers. I want to also say thank you to Megan, who's working to make sure that the live streaming is working. We also have another assistant whose name is Wilbur. He's sitting somewhere next to Ellie. Perhaps he will be on camera tomorrow. And well, thank you everyone for joining us today. This is the first day of the conference. There will be another day tomorrow. Those of you who are attending the conference will receive, who registered attendees, you will receive the link to the webinar tomorrow at 10 a.m. UK time. You should receive that directly through Eventbrite on your email. And we will have 4 extra panels tomorrow, in addition to a keynote lecture by Professor Stuart Tyson-Smith coming out at the end of the day tomorrow. So we very much hope you will be able to join us tomorrow for the second day of this conference. And thank you everyone for coming today.